Good. Very good. Well, welcome everyone to this virtual meeting of Kensington and Chelsea's Planning Applications Committee. This evening's meeting is held in accordance with government regulations allowing councils to hold virtual meetings. I'm Councillor James Husband, Chairman of the committee, and I'm joined this evening by 4 of my fellow councillors. Perhaps we can each just quickly introduce ourselves. Councillor Adurian. Hamish, would you like to just quickly come up on the screen?
Hello everyone, good evening. This is Councillor Hamish Adurian, Earls Court Ward.
Thank you. And Councillor Emma Dent-Coad. Emma?
Good evening, Emma Dent-Coad, Councillor from Goulburn Ward.
Thank you, Emma. And Councillor Linda Wade.
Linda Wade, Earls Court Ward Councillor.
Thanks, Linda. And finally, Councillor Woodger. Maxwell.
Maxwell Woodger, Queensgate Ward. Thanks.
Very good, thank you. And it will be the 5 of us who will be making the decisions about the applications that are before us this evening. We're also joined by officers who will present the cases and also advise us. Now, there's quite a long list of presenting officers this evening, but can we start by introducing Derek Taylor? Derek, would you just like to very quickly come up and say hello?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. My name is Derek Taylor and I'll be presenting the North Area cases this evening.
Great, thank you. And we're also joined by Katie Harrell. Katie?
Good evening, everybody. Yes, I'm Katie Harrell and I'll be presenting some of the South PAC agenda cases for you this evening.
Great, thank you. And Fiona Ray. Fiona?
Good evening, everybody. I'm Fiona Ray, Principal Planning Officer assisting with the South cases.
Okay, thank you. And Matthew Woodhead. Matt, you're there?
Hi there, good evening. Matthew Woodhead, Senior Planning Officer. I'm presenting one case from the South.
And finally, Martin Lomas. Martin.
Good evening, Chairman. Yes, Martin Lomas, Strategic Developments Team Leader. I'll be presenting one case tonight, the application at 54 St Helens Gardens.
Okay, thank you very much. And this evening, the officer team is led by Lisa Chung, who's the Head of Development Management. Lisa, do you want to just quickly say hello?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Lisa Chung and I'm the Head of Development Management. Thank you.
Great. If any other officers need to speak in the evening, I'll introduce and explain who exactly they are. Now, I've been asked to say that, please, can we make sure that not too many of us are using video at once? So unless you're about to speak, can you please keep your video switched off and also stay on mute? That would be helpful. If you've attended one of our meetings before, you'll recognise immediately the way that we consider applications. But I would just like to mention that all of the members of the committee have received the reports, various representations, and also the addendum report, which has been circulated. That's important to note. So if we can now move on to our agenda this evening. First of all, apologies for absence. I think there are none. Everyone who's intended to sit on this committee is indeed present. In the event that there are technical difficulties and my line drops out, then Councillor Woodger, I think, should take over the chair and be, so if we can appoint him as vice chairman of the committee, in the unlikely event that that happens. If I can move on now to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest that any member has? Oh, Councillor Wade.
There's an application for 11 Old Manor Yard, and I know some of the objectors and the applicant. I haven't actually discussed the case with anybody.
Okay, well, I think in that case, I think it's entirely proper that you're able to carry on and make a decision. If you've not really discussed it with anyone or expressed a firm view, then I think that's appropriate.
I just wanted some clarity on it.
Yeah, no, I quite, Linda, obviously I understand. Are there any other declarations anyone wishes to make? No. Okay. In that case, can I ask that we consider the minutes of two meetings? First of all, the minutes of the meeting that was held on the 17th of November, and also the minutes of the meeting on the 1st of December last year. The 17th of November minutes, are you in agreement that I can sign those and that they are approved?
Approved.
Okay, thank you. And the 1st of December meeting?
Approved.
Approved.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So they, thank you for that. They are approved. So we can now move on to the business this evening. Now, I should say that we have got quite a long agenda this evening, and I'm going to apologise in advance if you are listening in and are really interested in a case which is going to end up being quite a long way down our agenda, because it will take us some time, inevitably, to reach there, given that we do consider things properly on this committee, so it will take a little time. It might be helpful if I indicate the order in which we're going to consider the cases. So we're going to start in a few minutes by considering the application at Strand House, Holbein Place, then St Helens Gardens, Camden Street, 18 Milner Street, Latimer Road, Selby Court. We will then move on to consider the various applications premises on the Brompton Road, then Moore Street, followed by St Luke's Chapel, then Old Manor Yard, then Kensington High Street, Ladbroke Square, and finally 24 Elm Park Gardens. So that's going to be the order in which we will consider cases this evening. Okay, so I think we can make a start. So let's go to it's actually in the South Pack, and it is the Strand House at Holbein Place. And I think Matthew Woodhead. Matthew, you're going to introduce that, yes?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Let me just take control of the presentation. So the application at Strand House was heard by the Planning Committee on the 1st of December 2020. The committee resolved to grant, subject to a Section 106 legal agreement. During the course of the drafting of the legal agreement, the address, and since that committee, the address has been changed to refer to a parcel of land which is included within the red line boundary, which you can see on the left of the slide here. And the land is kind of adjacent to 7 Holbein Place. And because of that change of address, we have reconsulted and publicised the application again. And that is why the application has come back before the committee this evening. Just to reiterate, the changes to this scheme include the address and the addition of condition 23, which was requested by Transport for London when we reconsulted, and they put forward a condition which they would like to be recommended. And yeah, that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Colleagues, any questions about this?
I think, if I may, this is mainly a technical change, and what's proposed is pretty much exactly the same. So I don't feel to ask any more questions about it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Maxwell. No, I think that's probably a fair summary. Anyone else wish to say anything about this? I think probably it is. It's something that I think it needs to be done because we have to do it correctly. But I don't think it's really significantly different from what we had indicated we wish to approve only a matter of weeks ago. Well, in that case, I think we can probably say that the recommendation here is to grant, and we note the new condition which TfL have requested. I'm going to go down the list and ask everyone if they are happy to accept the recommendation or not. So Councillor Adurian.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dentcode.
Agreed.
Thank you. Councillor Wade.
Agreed.
And Councillor Woodshire.
In favour, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm in favour as well. So that is granted. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much. So can we now move on to consider, and this is in the separate PAC strategic developments, 54 St Helens Gardens, and Martin Lomas is going to introduce that. Martin, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Yep. There we go. Sorry, Chairman, I was just taking control of the slides. So this, as noted on the slide, this application relates to 54 St Helens Gardens. Planning permission was originally granted in the autumn of last year for the redevelopment of the site to provide 8 new homes as part of the council's new homes development programme. This application seeks to vary the approved plans condition. Procedurally, this is a minor material amendment. Effectively, they're seeking to slightly amend the scheme. As you will have seen from the papers, there are a number of minor changes as noted here. So the proposal is to extend the rear closet wing element of the building by 500 millimetres. That has come about due to design development and the building regulation phase discussions and the need for a lobby to an internal riser, which is then taking up more internal space. And in order to provide the appropriate space for the dwellings inside, it's meant that the building has had to be pushed back 500 millimetres. And also that has led to some minor amendments to where the windows are placed. There is the introduction of a generator in the rear garden. The generator is to provide emergency backup power for the property. Again, that couldn't be provided within the envelope of the building, given the limited amount of floor space. It's been chosen to provide that in the garden, and then some other minor changes. So this plan here, you will see in the top right of this image where the generator will be located in the rear garden. So that gives you an idea of the location of that. Then in terms of the changes, you will see a pink hashed dotted line, and that is the internal riser with the lobby that has necessitated pushing the building line back 500 millimetres, which you'll see the blue dotted line indicating where the building's being pushed back 500 millimetres. And then this, the image on the top is the as approved in November last year elevation. Obviously the left of the image is the front of the building, the right of the image is the back, and this is a side elevation. What you will see is the pink lines I've added just for clarity, but the dotted lines were on there. So the top image showing as previously approved. The bottom image is showing you that extra 500 millimetres to the what's been referred to as closet wing element of the building. And then what you'll see at the first floor on that projecting part of the building is that the window has had to be pushed back slightly because the location where the window was proposed is where you now have the lobby for the riser. And then this is just showing you the rear elevation, although all of the main changes have been shown on the previous slides. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Wade, I think you were first to have a question, then Councillor Dentcode.
Yes, I'm concerned about the generator. Was there absolutely nowhere else that the generator could have been put, and does it have to be that size? Because I mean, that does impact on a whole load of other people. I mean, it's that's my concern. That why was the generator introduced at such a late stage in the plan? If it's so necessary.
So the generator has come about through discussions with our building control department and the building regulations around fire safety and the need to have a backup power for the evacuation lift. So ideally, yes, it could have been incorporated into the scheme earlier, but obviously the council as applicant are trying to ensure the highest standards of fire safety, and through the building regulations phase, which is the further design phases beyond planning, it's obviously come about that there's a need for this. It couldn't be incorporated into the building because, I mean, you've already seen the kind of ramifications of the lobby to the riser, meaning the buildings had to expand. I think there's nowhere in the building it could go without losing homes or, again, increasing the building. So actually the location of it in the back corner is actually as far away from other residential properties, very hidden behind the kind of boundary treatment, and actually it's quite discreet in that location. And from a noise angle, which I think you're also discussing, is obviously this is an emergency generator, and there's conditions recommended that will, condition 31 in particular, which will mean that the generator is only operated in an emergency, and there's controls around when the testing of that generator can occur to ensure that it's not at times that are going to disturb anybody living nearby.
And is there acoustic housing?
There will be. Obviously, they submitted a noise report which didn't dictate, but set out the acoustic measures that are in place. But our environmental health officers thought it was also necessary to put additional conditions on, given it is an emergency generator, to ensure that it only operates in the event of an emergency.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the acoustic housing that might be needed.
Yeah, so it will, but obviously the key thing here is that it's not something that operates other than in an emergency, which hopefully will be never.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dentcode.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm also a bit mystified about this generator, but also I missed the first round of this. I know what an extraordinarily massive building. I don't think if this was anybody other than the council trying to house homeless people that we would ever consider such a huge building, and they look like internal rooms with no windows. I'm sure that's not correct. But aside from that, Chair, obviously I'm concerned about the neighbours and losing yet more light because it's been very, very open at the back for a very long time. The house has been pretty much deserted for years, with a gorgeous garden going to the wild, and they seem to be losing everything, including light. So I'm a bit concerned about the neighbours, and also complete lack of amenity for I can't remember how many flats there are in that building. If we're on the first round, I'd say it was overdevelopment, Chair, but we've missed the boat on that one, I know. But the generator is a mystery because most buildings lifts are on a completely separate ring main, and in an emergency they still function. So I'm really mystified about this generator. I'm not worried about, obviously, if it's only used in emergency, how does it turn itself on? I don't know, because of these very narrow alleyways either side of the building. So I'm very confused about this generator. Are we going to have to put them in all buildings now? Or do we have some sensible arrangement for the electric circuits in the building so that they still operate? I just don't understand. I really don't.
Okay. Mr. Lomas, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, the generator, obviously explained the purpose of it, and it's a request that has come from our building control team to the council as the applicant to include it. There was a general point around future applications. I mean, we're very alive to the changing landscape of planning with the adoption of the London Plan and requirements around fire safety now, and we are as a department working even closer with our building control team to make sure these things are thought about from the outset. Obviously,
this building from the rear, you've got two very narrow alleyways. That scares me. Is there an exit at the back if there's a fire? How do they get out of the building if they're living towards the back of the building? Because that also, if we're, obviously you want to be fire safe, but the whole, as I said, I know I missed the first iteration of this, but
yeah,
there's a lot of things that I find very concerning.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, obviously this is Section 73, and we're really focusing on the changes tonight. I appreciate you weren't part of the decision making originally, but obviously the principle of the development and the development as is exists, and really, we need to focus on whether the changes are sufficient to warrant the scheme to be refused tonight. Obviously, sorry, Councillor Dencode, I'm trying to remember the other points that you made. There's something about amenity space. I mean, there is, obviously, this is a private, the plan on the screen, you can see the kind of communal garden, and some of the properties do have private amenity space as well. And then there's Kensington Memorial Park just at the end of St Helens Gardens as well. So they have, very close access.
Sorry, I asked. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Any other questions, colleagues? Anybody else want to make a point? No, I mean, actually, I think following on from what Councillor Dencode said, yes, I was slightly surprised that this generator appearing in this latest, latest form of the application, and I wondered about it myself, but I think, strictly speaking, applicants can put forward what they wish, and I think in planning terms, it's difficult to really see, given the new condition 31 that covers this. I think it would need to be considered acceptable, and I think the increase in the extension, the rear extension, I mean, it's quite small. I think that would also need to be considered as being reasonable enough. So if there are no further comments, recommendation is to grant with the conditions obviously set out in the report. If I can just go down the committee, please. So Councillor Adurian.
Agreed.
Councillor Dencode.
I'm going to abstain, Chair. Not happy with it.
Okay. Yeah. No. Thank you. Councillor Wade.
Abstain.
Councillor Wood, yeah.
In favour, Chair.
Thank you, and I am in favour as well. So that is granted with 3-0, but with 2 colleagues abstaining. Okay, so thank you very much indeed. We can now move to the North Pack, and I think, Mr. Taylor, you're going to start by presenting Camden Street application, aren't you? Yeah.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. You should see the title slide for Camden Street on the screen now.
Yes.
Excellent. Right. So I'll just I'll show a few slides to introduce the application. Before I show any slides, though, that there's a very important point that I'd just like to remind the committee of. Hopefully everybody will have seen the addendum reports that was circulated yesterday afternoon. And the addendum report in respect of 54 Camden Street contained an important correction to the officer recommendation that's in the written report before you. So at the time that the report was written, the officer recommendation was to grant planning permission. Since then, an appeal has been started in relation to the application, and the power of decision is no longer with the local planning authority, but it now rests with the Secretary of State via the Planning Inspectorate. So for the purposes of this evening's meeting, the recommendation is now changed to minded to approve, as the council can't do anything more than indicate how it believes it would have determined the application had it retained the power of decision. So where the report contains the recommendation, for example, on the title sheet, and also on the first page of the report at paragraph 1.2, that recommendation is now minded to approve, and is not to grant planning permission, because that can't be done by this authority. So if there are no questions on that point, I'll continue with slides. Yeah, okay. Right, so the first image is an easterly view looking along Camden Street. If you see on the right-hand side of the image that there's a blue building, and that is the position for the proposed additional storey. That's a closer up shot where the additional storey would sit above the blue building. And then that's looking westwards along Camden Street again, so you can see it in a different context. And that's actually taken from the Sun and Daylight study, but it's very useful just to see this is a sort of contextual image showing in blue where the additional storey would sit, and you can see the relationship between that and the surrounding building lines. And that's the existing front elevation and the proposed front elevation that was refused by the inspector, and then the proposed front elevation as contained in the present application. So if you look at the one that was refused by the inspector, you'll have seen in the report that the inspector accepted the principle of a mansard extension, but found that the windows were poorly sited, and dismissed the appeal on that basis. So you can see there in the refused version that the windows don't line through with any other windows, and they're unevenly positioned in the mansard. And then as they are proposed, they now line up better, and they're evenly positioned in the mansard. And then that's the refused or dismissed elevation by the inspector for the side elevation. And then that's the one in the present application. And then that's the refused or dismissed rear elevation. And then that's the one now proposed with the windows just neatened up a little bit. And that's the last slide, Chairman.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. Now we've got a number of speakers for this case. So if I can ask the objectors first, I think Lindsay, Finn and Mr. Keating and Miss Ellison, I think are all able to join us. Now, I'm not sure how you would like to do this, but you're all very near neighbours of the property, and between you, you've got up to 3 minutes to state your objections, and then after that, we will hear from, we'll probably have committee questions. But if I can ask when you're ready, I don't know which order you'd like to go in. but who would like to start off and maybe introduce yourselves? Who would like to go first?
I think we'd agreed I would go first, Charles Keating, if that's okay.
Ah, Mr. Keating, yes, of course. Yeah, very good. Well, please, when you're ready, if you lead off, and between you, you've got up to 3 minutes. So please, when you're ready, thank you.
Well, thank you. I mean, as a beginner on planning, I thought probably best to go through by policy number. So C11 Part B, which, as I understand, applies when a development is visible beyond its immediate street. And this one clearly is. It's actually very visible on Camden Hill Road and Airlie Gardens, and a little bit from Bedford Gardens. If you stand just south of the Windsor Castle pub or on the zebra crossing, you'll see that it actually takes a great chunk out of the skyline. So I actually don't understand why the officer doesn't mention that and just simply says C11 is satisfied, especially because in the planning history, C11 wasn't satisfied and streetscape was cited as a reason for not doing that. And that was for an earlier version that had exactly this. Too much emphasis on this mansard roof in the way that the officer has chosen to interpret that history to the extent it's relevant. Now, if we look at C11B, a proposal has to either protect or enhance a view, but it does neither. It doesn't protect it and it doesn't enhance it, not least. And I'm talking about the view from those other streets because it obstructs the skyline, which clearly contradicts C11A. So I'd argue that means the proposal must be rejected, all the more so because as a planning amateur, it just looks to me as though CL11B is actually mandatory. Now, turning to CL5, the officer argues that brick walls preserve the privacy of 72 and 74 Bedford Gardens, but the communal gardens next door at the Mount and 55 Camden Street are actually closer than at 72, but they lack those protective walls. They'd actually be heavily overlooked, as would other nearby gardens and the upper story windows of many adjacent buildings. And then if we go to CL3A heritage and CL1 context, I'd argue they're not satisfied because it's not just a matter of height transition, but also of style transition. Helene, over to you.
Preserving vistas and gaps. I'd like to start with the Mount and 55 Camden Street, which were one project from all angles of approach and in the round. Now, modernism, as most of you know, exhibits clean, flat, square or rectangular facades, flat roofs and strong angles. And these two buildings are featured in a book called Modernism in Metroland, alongside your very own Kensington Town Hall. The architect specifically understood something called coherent spatial relationships, which must be established with adjacent properties. How can attaching a mansard roof achieve that? It can't. There's no thought to the visual damage this will create, and the modern silhouette of 55 is designed as a vista. This vista will be lost forever. It's unrelated. Traditional mansard is not, I feel strongly about this, not architecturally sympathetic to modernism, and it will destroy the street scene. Gaps will be lost, and even more important, you know, how can we accept this? It's inappropriate in its context, and it's unacceptable transition. I don't feel it's architecturally sympathetic. It's bulky, it's dominating, it's out of scale, and it closes the gap. And also, nobody's talked about number 54 opposite. Evelyn, I think, is listening in. She loses sunlight as well as daylight and privacy very dramatically. So I'm totally against this, and I would love you to be mindful to refuse this application.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm afraid time is up, unfortunately, but it may well be that there are committee colleagues will have questions, and that may be an opportunity to ask, bring other people in. Who would like to go first? Councillor Derncode, Emma.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's good to hear somebody standing up, rallying for modernism. Thank you for that. I love the Mount. And I completely get it that it was actually designed to have that landscape, that it's the visual amenity, which is hugely important and is part of the design. Actually, it belongs to it. I actually get that. I can't remember, and I'm not saying that it would be okay, what the rest of Camden Street, if any of the others have mansards, or are they mainly all two-story? I just can't remember. Perhaps one of you could fill me in on the rest of Camden Street. Here we are.
Yeah, most of it. There are eight buildings from beyond this one, number 54, that are two-story. There may be a little mansard somewhere along there. So there's a one-story right next door to 54, and then it's all two-story. Giles, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I think that's the flavour of it precisely. It's quite a low street, and from memory there might be kind of one somewhere in the middle, or two that poke up a little bit. But overall, the south side, which all used to be kind of, I don't know, mews, well, not even mews, I think they were just gardens that went all the way to the back, and gradually there's been infill, but it's all kind of sort of quite in scale, if you like.
Okay, no, I understand that. And that there's a step down, isn't there? A step down as it goes down the hill from the mount to the other one. So what seems to be happening is a mews house or stable or whatever it was in the old days. I don't know how old that building is, being turned into a mansion or a house, which isn't in keeping with the rest of the road. I presume that's what you're thinking.
That's definitely what we're thinking. It isn't in keeping with the road, and it would just destroy that flank of modernism, which is supposed to be seen on the whole and in the round.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. That's helpful. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wade, did I see your hand up? No? Okay, all right.
I think Councillor Dent Code covers some of it. It was my concern was really about the street behind, which was brought up in the conversation, which I believe is Bedford Gardens.
Yes.
Is that correct? So presumably, if these were effectively what I'd call infill buildings, they might. What is the average height of the buildings in Bedford Gardens?
Can I answer that?
Yeah, please.
They are two-story buildings, other than the usual basement fill-in people have done, developers, but they are larger houses. So the one-story building that you see next door to the proposed 54, that was built in the garden as a dance studio to number 72, which is why it's a single story with a sort of a roof light in a thing. And 74 and 72 are two-story, as is Giles, who's in number 70. So you've just got the two modernist buildings built as one in 1964. The 154 54 Camden Street had an addition. It was single story once. It had an addition, I believe, this is the history I've read, in 1920. The mount was built in 1964.
Thank you.
Could I just also say that this picture we're looking at now is actually inaccurate, because it shows my garden, number 70, as having nothing at the back of it. But in fact, we have a building which occupies half the width. And I think that's quite important, because I think one of the things that the people proposing this have said is that the two buildings up against the mount, up against number 55, are somehow disconnected from the rest of the terrace. But that's literally wrong in the way that this kind of exploded diagram is showing it. It's actually all part of a continuous terrace.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Woodger.
Hi. My question is to the objectors. If you could amend this application in terms of what's presented in front of you, what would you amend, if possible?
Don't build it. Don't build another. It's a two-story house. The applicant has got a large basement she's put in since she's bought it. So the house is quite large, and you know, it's not necessary to keep building it higher and higher. You should probably go for the next door building after this one. I'm sorry, I feel strongly about this.
Okay.
Giles?
Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid I agree. I mean, I think I made the point about the views from Hill Road and from Airlie Gardens. Whatever you put there, whatever shape it is, it just takes a great big chunk out of the skylight, and it means that this building no longer fits with the length of everything along the way. And however you put something there, it just won't fit with the modern lines of the Mount and 55, the modern buildings.
Hi, Miss Ellison would like to speak very quickly.
I am Isabel Evelyn Ellison, and my house is directly opposite number 54 because I live at 53, where the owners wish to build a mansard roof extension. I have lived in my house for 42 years. All the main windows face south, and I enjoy light and sunshine, particularly in the winter. The proposed development will deprive me of this. Furthermore, the windows on the north side of the extension would look directly into my bedroom. I strongly object to this proposed development. Thank you, Chairman.
No, thank you very much indeed. Yes, I think I think we take the point that the proposed new windows would really face immediately across to your home. Thank you, colleagues. Any other questions that we've got? No. Okay. In that case, thank you very much indeed, everyone who's spoken. So we now move on to a different part of the discussion, which is where members of the committee can have a discussion with officers, and then we'll reach a decision. Okay, so thank you. So who'd like to go first in terms of discussion with officers? Linda, would you like to head off?
Yes. I understand views can't be a consideration. Is that right?
Views are a consideration in planning, of course. Yes.
All right. So we could sky, because I mean we've got overlooking, we've got enclosure, we've got removal of sky, we've got views. Apart from the aesthetics, but I just wonder, because I mean the adjacent, the Mount is a unique building, but it's not registered, is it?
No,
it's not a listed building.
No,
so we can't consider that.
I think the great difficulty in this instance, which hopefully does sort of come out of the report to the committee, is that planning permission was refused here in 2006 for an additional story, and it was refused last year for an additional story. So I think we're all in agreement that we would do everything we could to resist an additional story here. The problem is that the planning inspector, in their wisdom, decided that the impact of the additional story was not such that would justify a refusal, and that the planning inspector only refused it on design detail relating to the windows. Now, everything is relevant to consideration of the scheme, but this authority has to be very careful that the sort of appropriate weight is given to the inspector's decision. Now, the fact that we may not like the inspector's decision, we have to try to put aside, and then we have to recognise that the planning inspector, whatever their decision, is acting in the name of the Secretary of State, and the appropriate weight has to be accorded to their decision. So all of the things that you're mentioning there are material considerations, but they are considerations that were considered and taken into account by the planning inspector.
Thank you.
Emma.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if somebody could talk me through what we're supposed to be doing, because if this is going to the inspector anyway, I'm not really sure what we're doing here. Are we? So we've got to say that we're minded to approve, or I've actually lost the thread slightly on what we're doing. Perhaps Mr. Taylor could explain it to me, because I'm not clear.
Well, essentially, you need to assess it in just the same way as you would assess it had there not been an appeal. And if the conclusion of the committee is that, notwithstanding the inspector's decision, that there are still grounds here that should lead to a refusal of planning permission, then that can be the committee's conclusion. And obviously then whatever those thoughts or decisions were would be fed into the appeal submissions. So that the way that you assess it is no different to if you had the power of decision.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Woodger.
That's a bit of a tricky question. I mean, the problem is if a mansard is technically allowed, but we're talking about the technicalities of that. It's a very small landing point to argue about. I mean, if we, as you were saying, if we don't like what the inspector said, how much weighting does the inspector's previous decision have on this, in weighting wise? Roughly, I don't know. How do you describe that?
Well, it's very difficult to quantify in terms of a percentage or a figure. But if you look at it in terms of a planning inspector acting for the Secretary of State is a senior decision-making figure, perhaps not as senior as a court, but nevertheless, a senior figure in the planning process. So it's dangerous just to sort of throw aside what an inspector has said and say, well, we don't agree with it. That's a dangerous stance to take. Because it's very difficult on appeal to defend such a stance. So, I mean, it's possible to disagree with an inspector's conclusions, but you just need to have a very well-structured set of arguments if you are to take into account the inspector's conclusions and yet still disagree with them.
So just follow up. If we were to refuse, and it goes to appeal, obviously it's being appealed, depending on the strength of that argument, depends if it will succeed or fail. So we're talking about a very, very minor, small landing point.
Yes, I mean, the inspector for the last appeal accepted the principle of the additional story in the mansard form. And therefore, the only matter left by that inspector was that relating to the detail of the fenestration.
Oh. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Adurian.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Taylor, sorry, I'm still a little bit unclear as to exactly what the status is of this particular application. I understand that the previous one went to appeal and we talked about the result earlier, and this is a new application. But then what exactly is the status of this application? If it's already going to be determined by the Secretary of State, what exactly is the status? How can there have been an appeal if we haven't determined it yet? Sorry, I'm just still a little bit unclear as to what the process has been for this new application.
So simply that there are two main ways to lodge an appeal. An appeal can be lodged against a decision by the planning authority to refuse planning permission, or an appeal can be lodged against the failure of the planning authority to determine the planning application. So, sorry, I think there's a bit of background. Okay, so I mean, essentially, you'll be aware of the government's statutory timelines, whereby a planning authority should determine an application within 8 weeks. And after that 8-week date is passed, then an applicant has a right to lodge an appeal against the non-determination of an application. And that's what the applicant has done in this instance.
Okay, and what was the reason for that 8-week period elapsing?
I think there were probably a number of reasons, but I mean the most recent and most significant one was that the application had to be taken off the previous committee agenda and then delayed to this committee because of an administrative mix-up,
Okay.
which was unfortunate.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Taylor. No, it's a difficult one. This, I'm not personally, I'm not terribly surprised that we actually originally refused this mansard extension, and in a way, I think the planning inspector's decision could have gone either way. But I think perhaps regrettably, in a way, we have to have regard to what the inspector said, which was this rather narrow reason for dismissing the appeal relating to the windows, and the fact of the matter is the applicant has decided to come back with a new application which addresses the points that the inspector made. I think it puts us in rather a difficult place, unfortunately. So there we go. So we need to make a decision on this. I'm bearing in mind what was said earlier. So the recommendation here is that we would be minded to approve this application, and obviously that would be potentially passed on as part of the appeal process, which is already underway. So if I can go down the committee, please, with that revised recommendation, the recommendation is we would be minded to approve. So Councillor Adurian, if you could go first, are you in favour or against the recommendation?
I think given that this application will be determined by the Secretary of State, and I do take on board Mr. Taylor's comment that we should give due weight to what the inspector previously said. But I think also we need to give consideration to the arguments we've heard this evening, and which we would probably still take into consideration had we not known about the inspector's previous remarks. So I think on balance, I would be minded to reject.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Dent-Coad.
I am minded not to approve, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I understand. Councillor Wade?
Not to approve.
Okay, Councillor Woodger?
Well, given the narrow landing strip, with regret, minded to approve.
Okay, I think I would be minded to approve myself, perhaps reluctantly, but there we go.
Chair,
yeah.
could I just make a comment? One of the comments that the inspector made was about the windows. Given the fact we've got overlooking, could not one of the reasons be that actually the mansard roof has been put forward with the windows, but we've still got a problem of overlooking?
Well, I'm going to go to Mr. Taylor to discuss this, because I would have thought that was something that would have been considered as part of the inspector's decision, you see. Mr. Taylor, so we are not minded. We are not. We have not agreed to say that we are minded to approve. All right. Now, Mr. Taylor, what's the next step? Obviously, this is already an appeal. Do we have to formulate some kind of reason as to why we are not minded to approve, or can it simply be a matter we note what the committee has said, and that forms part of the process as the appeal is considered? What's the best way of doing this?
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I was on mute.
Yeah.
it's a delicate position in the sense that the planning authority effectively is now not a third party, but it is a participating party. So the planning authority can sort of declare its position just like any neighbour or any interested person can declare their position in relation to the appeal. The planning appeal is consulted upon in a very similar manner to a planning application, and the planning authority and any interested parties will send in representations to the inspectorate. So what those representations contain will reflect what the committee decide this evening. The officer report that you have before you just represents the Office of View. And clearly the committee are now reaching a different conclusion. And my very strong advice is that conclusion should be fleshed out with some sort of coherent concerns and arguments.
Right. Okay. Well, in that case, perhaps I can ask colleagues, what do we feel the arguments are for our decision? Hamish.
Yeah, I can start off. I think the arguments around overlooking and loss of light are certainly important, but also I think the idea of having a mansard roof specifically on that side of Camden Street, I think would essentially be out of keeping. So I think those would be some of the points I would make.
Okay. Tommy, can Mr. Taylor, I'm just trying to thinking aloud really here. We've heard various people mention that the corner property 55 it's not listed, but it's a sort of unusual modern property, I think by a known architect, as I recall. Is that something that we could say in terms of the conservation area, that we felt that notwithstanding the rearrangement of the fenestration and things, that there was still an argument that this was it was unacceptable from a conservation area point of view. Do you think, is there any mileage in that, do you think?
Well, there could be. The inspector went into some detail in terms of building heights and forms, and in the inspector's view, that the mansard did fit into the arrangement of building heights there, but it could be stated or argued at this point that the inspector didn't give sufficient weight to the actual architecture of the adjoining building. And even if the inspector found it acceptable in terms of building heights, that there is a separate point, which is that is this position actually a suitable position for a mansard with that particular detailing, which of course is not actually found or common in the buildings here. I mean, that's an aspect that the inspector's decision is fairly silent on, actually.
Yes, because I think it was actually, I'll come to Councillor Dentcote in a second, but because I think it would be a legitimate point to say that, I mean, throughout the borough, mansards are very common form, but they're not really common to modern buildings at all. I don't think. You don't think of them as being common. So maybe that's something. Councillor Dentcote, do you want to go next, and then I'll come back to Councillor Wade.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was going to rally and call for modernism again. It's Douglas Stephen, and it is actually really well known. I do tours with my modern movement architect body sometimes, and we always look at it lovingly as we go. It is well recognised, and I'll be frank, a lot of inspectors have absolutely no idea about the modern movement and its importance, and they probably think sticking a roof on a flat building it makes it look better. So I do think we should challenge it. I really do. I do think we should, because we've got so many amazing different buildings of different periods in the area, and we need to respect them for what they are, and not try to make them look like Noddy's Toy Town. Actually, sorry, a bit over the top here, but no, that's I do feel very strongly about that.
All right. Councillor Wade.
I would have thought that it not only compromises the architectural integrity of the building adjacent, but also the one behind. I'm not sure what the address is, but the white building behind. Does Mr. Taylor, do you know that building behind? They're two modern buildings.
I beg your pardon. I'm just wondering which white building you're referring to.
I'm talking about the two modernist buildings that face the main street. So if we're looking at the modern building here on the which forms the corner of Camden Street, there's one immediately alongside it, behind it.
I think actually, Mr. Taylor, I think we're referring here to a modern building that is at the top of Bedford Gardens.
Yes, thank you very much.
Which sits, if you like, from a Camden Street point of view. There we go.
There we are. 76.
Yes, it's the Mount. It's called, I think. Here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think that the mansard roof placed on top of what is effectively a mews house actually compromises the architectural integrity of the building adjacent, but also that of the Mount.
Okay. Yes, certainly you can come to that view. I mean, my advice would be that the most important relationship probably has to be the building that it's actually adjacent to.
Yes, of course.
But you can certainly then look at other relationships, such as the relationship with the Mount on the corner there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Taylor, do you think have we given you enough there for officers to be able to formulate a response to give a reason why the committee was not sort of minded to approve the application?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I'm confident that we can do. Yeah.
All right. Good. Okay. Just very quickly, anyone any other points they wish to make? This is just colleagues, obviously. No. Okay, well, in that case, yes, I think so. I think formally what we need to do here is we are delegating to officers to formulate exactly the response in accordance with our discussion that we just had. Yeah. Okay, is that agreed? Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. In that case, we can now move to the South Pack, and I think Fiona Ray is going to introduce 18 Milner Street. Fiona, when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'm just on my screen. It looks a bit strange, the presentation. Or are you seeing it correctly? Are you seeing the main slide up?
Looks okay to me. Yeah.
Okay, good news. I will carry on then. Just firstly, I'd like to draw members' attention to the addendum report, as we received 3 further objections to this case, and that was circulated yesterday. So there's a bit more information for you on that. So planning, the development description is as per the report, and I'll just turn to the first slide, which shows you an aerial image of the site. So we can see number 18 Milner Street is in a corner position, and it sits at the junction with Halsey Street. You can see just there the pin dropped on top of the property. I also have some photographs of the site from ground level. The image on the right, you can see number 16 Milner Street through the gap, and you can see just to the left number 24 Halsey Street. I'll just go back to the previous slide. This is an image, 2 images, sorry, of number 16 next door. So you can just see the existing fence line at the bottom right of the photograph on the right and the two windows serving number 16 Milner Street directly next to the boundary. And this is an image taken from inside the property, the courtyard area that is detailed quite a lot in the report. And that side wall there to the left, the white painted wall, is number 24. There's two images here just looking down into that courtyard and also down into the property next door at number 16. And the last photograph, just for context, is looking out from number 16 Milner Street through that gap shared with number 24. So moving to the drawings, we can see the existing and proposed front elevations, and as referred to in the description, the alterations to the shop front and the new mansard roof. The side elevation drawings here, again, you can see the mansard and the shop front, as well as the new entrance that's discussed. It's the existing and proposed rear elevations. The mansard roof, again, you can see the terrace on top of the closet wing, and also the infill extension referred to, which sits against the boundary with number 16. The basement as well can also be seen in a part section at the bottom. And this is quite a helpful image because it shows the relationship to number 16 Milner Street. So the infill extension, you can see in the right-hand side of the drawing, it's got a conservation-style roof light sitting in the main roof of it. On the left-hand side, you can see there's no infill in that position at the moment. The section drawings show the proposed basement extension that extends under the vast majority of that rear courtyard area, the 86%, which is referred to heavily in the report. And we can see the lower ground floor plans existing and proposed, again showing the extension underneath the main part of the courtyard. You can see a very small gap between the basement level and the property at number 24 Halsey Street, just to the top of that image. These are the ground floor plans, existing and proposed, and you can see the infill extension in that position too, with the roof light above it. First floor drawings, these are all included in your pack, but just to run through. Second floor drawings, and the third floor drawing with the terrace that's proposed, you can see at the top there. The recent refusal from November 2020 is also referred to heavily in the report as it is a material consideration. And this is just an image to show what that looked like. So you can see the roof on the right-hand image, we can see the roof has changed. And also on the left-hand image, the floor plan, you can see the depth of the infill has been pulled back. Details and dimensions are included in the report. I thought going back to this image, it's quite a helpful one, which shows a red outline of what was previously refused as well. So again, that material planning consideration, the recent refusal, we can see outlined in red, whereas the new infill that is reduced in both depth and height is now proposed as shown on the drawing. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now we've got speakers for this case. So I think if I can ask, now I think first of all, Ward Councillor Mary Wheel has registered to speak. And then we also have two neighbours, including advisors to one of the neighbours at 24 Halsey Street. I'm not sure how you'd like to do this. Councillor Wheel, would you like to speak first? Because you have up to 2 minutes, and then everyone else can have up to 3 minutes, which they need to share. So how would you like to proceed?
Is it all right if I go first?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Sorry,
yeah,
I lost what I was planning to say in typical. Lovely. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As far as I'm concerned, this application is a clear breach of policy CL7 and the basements SPD. It's an excavation of 86% of the open area at the rear of the site, which is markedly more than the 50% maximum. And the officer's report asserts that this can be ignored because the area is small, which actually it isn't particularly, and therefore will have little impact, and also because it would set no precedent. Well, I really can't see how it could possibly avoid creating a precedent, and it would be a very dangerous precedent because there are 30 properties with areas of similar size within a 400-yard radius of the site. And secondly, and perhaps more importantly, to give approval on grounds of the relatively small site would run counter to the very important objective described in Councillor Tim Coleridge's introduction to the SPD. And if I can quote, a case-by-case analysis of each site negates the very basis of the policy, as such an approach fails to consider the cumulative impact that the policy is designed to mitigate. And so I think agreeing to this basement would ride a coach and horses through a policy which, frankly, is one of the Council's biggest achievements and one of its most long-lasting contributions to our residents' quiet enjoyment of their homes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so if I can now ask, so we've got Mr. and Mrs. Walker, who are at 24 Halsey Street, and Mr. and Mrs. Baxter, who are the neighbours at 16 Milner Street. Now, between the two of you, have you decided how you would like to do this? Who would like to go first?
Yes, we have, Councillor. I will start, followed by Paul and Zach, and then Stephen will follow after that.
Okay, all right. Yeah, please, when you're ready, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. We are concerned about the structural risk to our Grade 2 listed home. When trial boreholes to 3 metres were drilled, significant debris and dust fell inside our kitchen. A full basement dig of 10 metres would cause serious harm. There are zero mitigating reasons to deviate from CL7's 50% rule where buildings are in such close proximity.
Good evening, councillors. This application raises a number of policy conflicts, overlooking from the third floor terrace, impact on the conservation area and loss of retail floor space. All are significant matters, and unfortunately there is not time for me to review all of these in any detail. What we do want to draw your attention to is the proposed basement. Your officers accept that the basement does not meet the terms required of CL7. This is common ground and is a matter of fact. The question here is whether the policy allows for flexibility, and we consider it does not. The policy is worded in the strongest possible terms. It is not intended to be flexible. It is focused and specific. The limit is set to ensure that there will be no adverse impact on listed buildings. The applicant's basement advisor does not even acknowledge that my client's property is even Grade 2 listed. By allowing for an increase in the size of the basement to cover 86% of the garden space, there would be a detrimental effect over and above a 50% basement on number 24 Halsey Street, as you've heard from Mr. Walker, demonstrated by the digging of trial pits on the boundary wall, which led to the falling of debris and material in his property. This matters because within a short walk of the site, there are more than 30 gardens of a similar size to that being considered here. This development has the potential to create a dangerous precedent which would undermine the ability of your council to successfully implement this policy.
Good evening members. Officers say 3 things about this scheme's conflict with basement policy CL7, and you've got this at 6.21 of their report. They tell you that the conflict is acceptable in this instance. They say it would not undermine the council's basement policies. They say it would not set a precedent. Now, you should treat that advice very, very carefully. Because first, as Mr. Crisp said, just the same considerations about homes with small gardens exist at 30-odd properties within moments of this site. Second, because the Court of Appeal has made clear for decades that like cases should be decided alike, and there's a powerful public interest in consistency in planning decisions. And third, because central government tells us in the National Planning Practice Guidance that not determining similar cases in a consistent manner is unreasonable conduct which can justify an award of costs against the council at appeal. So you should be clear, members, granting permission for this scheme will set a precedent. The council will have to consider it in future cases, and if you grant permission this evening, there'll be many, many future applicants who come forward relying on this committee's acceptance tonight of the breach of basement policy CL7. Thank you.
Good evening.
Well, thank you very much indeed. So unfortunately, time is up. Earlier speakers, unfortunately, used the time that you had.
I just wanted to...
I think, is that Mr. Baxter?
Yes, I feel shortchanged.
Yeah.
I have 45 seconds. Could you that I wanted to use?
Yeah. No. I'm
talk about science.
Sorry. It's not my fault that the previous speakers used up the time, but it may well be because, and in fact, I will actually pursue this personally. I'll ask you questions that I think will allow you to make some useful points. But can I now turn to the Mr. Waters, who I think is representing the applicant. So if you can now speak, and then once you've spoken, then members of the committee will ask both parties questions as they see fit. So, Mr. Waters, do you want to go ahead, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and members. My name is Tim Waters, and I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant in support of this application. The application has been made by Mr. and Mrs. Wim Penny on behalf of their son George, who sadly suffered life-threatening and changing injuries in a near-fatal road accident when he was accidentally hit by a speeding car. The application represents their latest attempt to undertake sensitive and sympathetic alterations and improvements to their son's home, which are also aimed at helping his general recovery and rehabilitation. The application aims to respond to the single refusal ground maintained on the applicant's last application relating to the proposed rear infill extension, which was considered to result in a material and harmful increase in the sense of enclosure experienced by the adjoining neighbour at number 16 Milner Street by virtue of its height, massing and proximity to this property. Hence, the general form and design of this rear infill extension has been substantially altered to provide a fair compromise to overcome the concern of members at the previous committee. Specifically, the depth of the extension has reduced from 3.15 metres to 1.7 metres. The height of the extension on the neighbouring boundary has reduced from 2.5 metres to 2 metres, with the roof pitching away at an angle of 30 degrees to a maximum height of 3 metres at its connection points with the existing rear addition. As a consequence, the reduced scale and form of the extension would enable a rear outlook to be maintained from the adjoining property at 16 Milner Street to Halsey Street. Hence, it is noteworthy that this neighbour is no longer maintaining any objection on grounds of increased sense of enclosure. Beyond this design adjustment, the proposed development remains otherwise unchanged. Notwithstanding this, there are other objections continuing to be maintained by some of the neighbouring residents to this application. One of these objections, from representatives acting for 24 Halsey Street, is partly relying on a legal opinion, which is reminding members of their responsibility to consider each application on its own individual merits, and to not confine their decision-making remit to the single refusal ground on the previous application. This is not disputed on our side, but it is equally the case that members will need to determine whether there have been any material changes in circumstance since the previous decision was made. In my view, there are none. The policy provisions of the Statutory Development Plan remain unchanged, and it is also the case that this planning application is in exactly the same form as the last refused application, the rear infill extension accepted. It is also well-established case law that previous planning decisions are capable of being material considerations, such that they should be taken into account by those determining subsequent applications for permission. The expectation is that applications should be determined in a like manner so that there is consistency of decision-making. Hence, the narrowly defined scope of the previous decision notice has weight and importance in council decision-making. Although the decision is not binding, it cannot be ignored as a material planning consideration. The legal submission also contends that members were misled by the chair at previous committee on their policy assessment of the proposed basement excavation. The submission relies on the premise that it was wrong for it to be suggested that a previous refusal in 2019 had viewed the basement excavation as being acceptable in size. This overlooks the following points. The 2019 application was different to the current application in that it did not incorporate a separation gap between the two properties. Also, the case officer correctly pointed out at the meeting that the 2019 basement proposal had a different layout and was refused on account of insufficient information relating to construction impacts and structural stability, not explicitly size. It is the case that the proposed basement is sized at only 7.5 square metres more than the 50% allowance under policy. As the officer report observes, this is not considered to be significant and would be unlikely to result in a substantially greater impact than the policy compliant position. Furthermore, the applicant's construction method statement shows that there would be no resultant harm to the structural stability and heritage significance of the adjoining listed building at 24 Halsey Street. Indeed, the applicant's structural engineer is the same engineer that advised 24 Halsey Street on a much larger basement excavation application in the past. As such, it can be reasonably assumed that this engineer is fully conversant with the structural elements of this listed building and its interface with the application's site. Hence, there are material planning considerations in the individual circumstances of this case to justify the modest size of the proposed basement excavation proposed. To conclude, therefore, the revised form of the infill extension overcomes the previous refusal ground, and the remaining elements of the proposed development continue to be acceptable in planning terms in the absence of any material change in circumstances since the last application was determined.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
That's time is up on that. Actually, before I ask Councillor Dent-Coe to come in, I'd like to start the questioning. And can I just say, can we be, please, colleagues, can we be very clear about who we're asking a question of? To prevent things becoming confused. I'd like to ask Mr. and Mrs. Baxter a question. What's your view on the reduction in the extension that's immediately, the part of the extension that's immediately by your property? What do you feel about that? Because I think at the previous committee, that was something which clearly members did note the points that you made. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, certainly. That is a welcome improvement. The extension is changed, so we believe from the diagrams that our outlook is protected.
Okay. All right.
There are problems, of course, but that one has been solved.
Okay. All right. And the other issue I'd like to ask you about, and I think I know it's raised in correspondence and in the report, is that right at the top of the building, there's a proposal for a new terrace, which would have a fairly high parapet. I think I've seen 5 feet or so mentioned, and I think the implication is that that's something which if somebody stood in the corner of that proposed terrace and looked sort of obliquely to their right, potentially that they, it would be quite an acute angle, but they could see into what are presumably bedrooms at the top of your property. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. There are two points actually. We're just as concerned also about noise from a very close balcony. I think 4.5 meters. There's a diagram I included in the note that you see. So and if you look at the proposed section AA that they've produced, you can measure with a ruler that the parapet appears to be 1.5 meters from the floor level. There it is. Yes, it's on the screen. From the floor level. Let's assume there's no decking or anything that makes the people higher. So anyone of average height would be able to see well over. The officer's report is actually wrong. It says it talks about a step down below parapet level would limit the view, and that's actually just not the case. It doesn't limit the view in that direction. And I think we feel very much that the officer, I know it's difficult with COVID and everything, but the officer hasn't actually seen the terrace. In fact, had cut and pasted that comment from a previous report that was also wrong. So I do think that needs to be sorted out and looked at properly.
Okay, and my final question, which is actually to Mr. Waters, I think really. Mr. Waters, you'll have noticed that I think the Baxters and others have talked about a potential impact of sort of noise if the proposal is that there is a gym area at the lower ground floor. Now, I think the officers have said, and I'm sure that I think this is right, that it would not be proper to try and have some kind of condition about soundproofing. But I'm wondering if it's something that your client, in the course of, were this to be granted, in the course of what would be actually completely extensive works really throughout the building, if addressing that issue, is that something that you think your client might be amenable to? I don't know if there's anything you can say about that. That's to Mr. Waters.
I haven't got the client sitting next to me, sadly, but we did discuss the possibilities of that previously. I mean, I would say that this is a small domestic gym. It's not a commercial gym. It's simply intended to help George with his rehabilitation. But I would question the necessity and reasonableness of the condition. But given that this is my client's fifth attempt at trying to secure planning permission for these home improvements, I am sure that a quid pro quo, if I can put it that way, of a grant of planning permission, if there were a condition requiring sort of noise sound insulation measures to be approved by the council on that basement level and on the party wall with the adjoining property, then I'm sure that we would be willing to accept that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Now, Councillor Dentcote, you go next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Actually, a lot of the things I was going to ask, you have just asked for me. Thank you. I was a bit concerned. I was still a bit concerned about Mr. Baxter's house. I'm sure it's occurred to him then when they were doing some testing and there was lots of dust and bits coming down his building, but there are some, and it's just historic in Kensington, Chelsea, some buildings have excellent foundations and some have very little foundations, and you'd be very surprised, even in the best of it, some of them have very small foundations. So I don't know if you know about that side here, and we don't want another Durham Place with digging with grade 2 listed buildings. So I'm a bit worried about that side of it. Officers afterwards. So I wonder if Mr. Baxter would like to fill me in on that.
Mr. Walker. I think that's the question was probably for Mr. Walker for us, if that's okay. So yes. So when the trial boreholes were drilled to we think to a depth of 3 meters, we're not sure. Then we had lots of dust, debris, stone chippings that fell down all through our kitchen, alongside the wall, which adjoins where the drilling was done. And of course, that's our principal objection, because it's just so close to us that we're very worried that the work really impacts very negatively on the structural integrity of our house just by view of the small boreholes that we've seen already, and so that we find that incredibly worrying.
Okay, so you haven't had any underpinning anything. You haven't maybe not had to in your home, but so you don't know about the integrity of your foundations, for example. That could be decided. No, you have no idea either way.
We don't know, but also the CMTP didn't actually take into consideration that it was grade 2 listed, and the fact that rubble came down, which we documented, was very scary, because that only went 3 meters, and the dig is proposed at around, I think it's 10 meters. So that's really worrying. And if it was kept to 50%, it wouldn't come so close to our boundary. We wouldn't object.
So we have no objection if the basement was 50% basement. That would be a regular basement. But this one goes to within 30 centimeters of our property. It's too close.
So it's in breach of whichever rule it is.
CL7.
It's too close to your property. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Other colleagues, who would like to go next? Councillor Wade.
She's just got mute on. She can't be heard.
Councillor Wade, Linda, are you there?
Yeah, oh, sorry, it's technology again. All right, I'm concerned about, that is a really quite an established part of the Chelsea scene, street scene. And so the loss of retail floor space and the change to the shop front and it going round the corner, I'm concerned because it's presumably in a conservation area. I just feel the combination of things. I have enormous sympathy for the gentleman concerned, but actually, these buildings have been around for a certain amount of time. I just wondered, with these changes, presumably this is quite a substantial amount of loss of retail floor space. So that's Mr. Walters that should be answering this, really, isn't it?
Yes, I think that's a question for him. Yes.
And also, if you could address the issue of the new frontage, if that's possible, Mr. Waters.
In terms of the retail floor space, the size of the existing retail unit is 113 square metres. It would reduce to 75 square metres in the proposed scenario. So that's 38 square metres. The majority of the displaced floor space, that's 38 square metres, relates to the lower ground floor storeroom as opposed to the ground level retail unit. So the shop floor unit would reduce in size by 25%, but the majority of that is sort of ancillary lower ground floor storeroom accommodation as opposed to the sort of principal ground level floor space.
So the forgive me, but the ground floor could be converted back if necessary. Because I'm looking at the existing where you've got the shop floor. Shop area, and then the proposed. You're doing quite a lot of. So actually, there's quite a lot of changes on the ground floor as well, isn't there?
There is, but the majority of the loss of the retail floor space relates to the lower ground floor level, which is the ancillary storeroom space. So we would say that. The retention of 75 square metres in whole would still allow for a viable retail unit and wouldn't compromise its future occupancy in that respect.
All right, and the change to because you're going around the corner, aren't you, into Halsley Street? You're changing the external, aren't you, as well? At the moment, you've got. You're adding some, you're putting in another door and you're putting in some more window frontage. Presumably that's all frosted, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So it's just intended as part of the overall refurbishment of the shop unit to make it a more sort of attractive presence on that street corner.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. So if there are no more questions to either party, then I think we can move on. Thank you very much indeed for coming to speak. So, colleagues, now our opportunity to talk to officers. Actually, Councillor Woodger, do you have a last brief question you'd like to?
My questions for officers.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. I'll come to that in a moment. Very good. Okay. So, questions to officers about this. Actually, Maxwell, why don't you go first? You go first with the question.
Yeah. The objector spent quite a lot of time talking about the basement policy, which, in raw terms, this application doesn't comply with. My question of officers is, why wouldn't this set a precedent? and why are we allowing something that's at 86% as opposed to the 50%, which our policy states?
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Chairman. It is in breach of our basement policy CL7, but the legislation in place says we should apply the development plan unless other material considerations weigh into the balance and need to be considered. And for here, we've got kind of a series of things. The first one being the recent decision, which didn't refuse the basement. That is a material consideration. Separately to that, we are looking at an additional excavation of 7.5 square metres. So in a whole house refurbishment, which is what this would be, with lots of other changes. We've got remodelling of the closet wing, a new mansard, the construction of a basement. We don't think that additional 7.5 square metres would be so harmful as to warrant a refusal on that basis alone. But we have to consider each case on its merits, each one individually. So for the neighbours have helpfully come up with a drawing, a map that shows about 30 different properties that have similar ones. But you could look at each one of those individually and treat them differently. I mean, we heard from Mr. Simmons this evening about the importance of consistency in decision, and that is absolutely correct, which is why we have policies and we apply them in similar ways, but there will be exceptions and we must treat each case on its merits. And we believe in this particular circumstance on a corner property, for the reasons I've explained, it's acceptable. That's why officers are recommending approval.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify something about the roof terrace issue. I mean, I can see why Mr. and Mrs. Baxter might not be very happy about the ability for someone to obliquely look across to their right and see windows, but in the location, it seems that there are quite a few terraces around the place, and it's not uncommon in the borough to have a situation like that. It might not be terribly welcome, but I'm not really sure that's a ground for refusal. Do you want to? Is there something to add about that aspect before, I guess, colleagues will probably want to come back to the extension and then talk about the basement again?
Yes, I would agree on balance it's acceptable given the existing site circumstances. I think it's important Mr. Baxter made a point about the report and wanting clarification on that. I think this section drawing may help explain what the officer means when they say it's set down from the parapet, which might be helpful to clarify whilst we're talking about it. On the existing drawing, the existing section, you can see the very top of the closet wing is much higher, and because it's being remodelled, the staircase is being introduced in there and the levels are kind of dropping down to create that staircase. That's how they've created that additional space. So the terrace is set down from the parapet when compared to the existing section. So that's what the officer means in that, making that reference. But I agree. But I agree that the overall, on balance, that the relationship is acceptable in my officer opinion. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Councillor Dentcote.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if this is relevant, actually. It's just something that's bugging me. I keep on looking at this section. Is the whole building lifted? Has it got a lift going up? Because I don't see it, and I'm just a bit confused given the issues that the occupant has. It's probably not really relevant, but I'm just confused.
Yeah,
how this building works.
It's because it's internal alterations. Hold on, let me just double check. It doesn't actually need planning permission for the internal alterations. So I haven't actually checked whether there's a lift, but I don't think there is.
Lovely section, but it doesn't seem to be.
Yeah, there's no lift being introduced.
No, okay. Oh no, I was just confused. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. That clarifies something. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, if there are no more questions, I think we can move on to make a decision on this. Actually, Linda, do you have a last question?
Yes, is there a council policy against to resist loss of retail floor space?
We have a short summary in the officer report about the retail. So we do have policy CK1. So let me just give you the paragraph number. It'll probably be.
No, I wanted an expansion on that, really.
Oh, apologies. Okay, so we protect isolated shops. So in this instance, we would definitely protect this shop, there being a shop, but we're looking at it on the round on whether it could remain a viable entity on its own as it stands and as proposed, and we think it would be. So there's still a retained store area and there's ancillary facilities, so it could operate still successfully even with the reduced floor space. So officers are satisfied it complies with that policy CK1.
Thank you. Sorry, that's what I meant. I mean,
apologies.
I did read it,
No,
but I just thought I had to ask.
Apologies. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so in that case, we need to think about making a decision here. Quite a lot, complicated application, great deal of different things being proposed in this application. What I'm going to do is, this is not going to be a formal, I'm not calling for a formal vote, but I'm going to go down the table and I would like to get a feel, an indication of how people are sort of thinking about this. So I'm going to, well, unfortunately, the alphabet means, Hamish, I'm going to start with you. What's your feeling about this on balance?
Sure, no problem, Chair. I think for me, really, it really has to be about the basement and the fact that it really breaches our basement's policy. I do accept, of course, that we do need to be flexible. Of course, we assess each of these applications on their own merits. And were a similar application to be submitted for some of the 38 or so adjoining properties, we would no doubt do the same. But I'm not necessarily convinced yet that there are the exceptional circumstances for us to override that particular policy. So for me, really, it is about the basement and whether granting it is the right course for this particular site.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dencode.
Thank you, Chair. There's far too many. I've got a great long list of concerns with this one. I'm not feeling positive at all.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I don't know. Not necessary to elaborate. Councillor Wade.
It's the same as Emma.
Okay.
All right. Councillor Woodger.
I think no application is perfect, but we live in reality, not in theory. So I would be minded to grant.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, in that case, I think probably what we can do is that we can. We've got the recommendation in front of us, and I think I can just put the recommendation to the vote, and we'll see where we go from there. So the recommendation set out in the report is to grant, with obviously the conditions set out. So, Councillor Adurian, are you in favour or against the recommendation?
I think, Chair, it will have to be against.
Okay. Councillor Dencode.
I'm against, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Wade.
Against.
Okay. Councillor Woodger.
In favour, Chair.
Okay, and I would be in favour as well. But however, the recommendation is not adopted. So we need now to think of what reasons we're going to come up with for this. And I would suggest, Mrs. Ray, that we seem to have decided this evening that we have, again, quite a narrow reason to refuse, but it relates to CL7. I think that seems to be the clear implication of what colleagues have said. Do you think that gives us sufficient to formulate a reason for refusal?
Yes, absolutely. So the reason for refusal would be on the size of the basement and the potential cumulative impact that they may have, and its failure to comply with policy CL7 and the basement SPD. So there's definitely enough to go on. Thank you.
No, I think I agree with that. Would somebody like to? Would someone like to formally propose that we
I'll propose
adopt as the recommendation for refusal?
Happy to second.
Councillor Wade, and seconded.
Yes,
Councillor Durian to second.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So if we can now take a vote on the reasons for this reason for refusal, as has just been set out. So it's proposed by Councillor Wade and seconded by Councillor Durian. So formally, I need to do this again. So Councillor Durian, are you in favour of that reason for refusal?
In favour.
Yes. Councillor Dentcode?
In favour.
Councillor Wade?
In favour.
Okay. Councillor Woodger?
Against.
And I wish to abstain on that. So the reason for refusal is that is agreed as the reason for refusal. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Okay, if we can now move on, I think let us try and consider, and then I think after this application we might have just a short break. Can we move to the application at Latimer Road? And that's in the North Pack. And I think Derek Taylor is going to be doing that. Derek.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Okay, the first slide that I'm showing you there is the existing front elevation for this site, or at least that's the elevation as used to exist. You'll see there that there's a three-storey building at the left-hand side. That's not part of the site, and so that's actually got planning permission for an additional storey itself, which you'll see in some images as well coming up. So that's the historic light industrial unit that was existing at the site. The image now on your screen is the permitted front elevation of the building. You'll have seen from the reports that planning permission was granted nearly 2 years ago now for the building that you see there in that image, and that permission has been implemented. So work has commenced on that permission, and the applicants can legitimately continue and complete that development in accordance with the permission from 2019. If you watch closely, then that's the proposed image. The following slide probably shows it's got less detail on it, but it's easier to read in terms of the proposed in this application and the permitted elevation as already granted. And what you can see there is that the red outline that you can see clearly at the front lower parapets and the front upper parapets, and then the housing behind it. The red outline basically shows you the outline of the permitted building. So that's the 2019 permission. You can see there that there's not a great deal of difference in total terms, total dimension terms. I mean, there's a 500 millimeter increase in absolute height in the building. So that's about 1.5 feet in old money. In section, again, you can see there, illustrated in red in this one is that's basically the difference between the permitted scheme and the proposed scheme. So it's a section 73 application to amend the conditions in the existing. It would result in a whole new planning permission, but there are those differences between the permitted scheme and the application now before you. And I think then just to finish off with that's a CGI showing the building in the centre of that image is the neighbouring building with its additional storey, and then the proposed building is at the right-hand side of the three buildings that you see there. So that image is taken looking in a sort of northerly, northwesterly direction, looking up Latimer Road. And that was the last slide, Chairman. Okay, thank you very much. So can I ask, two objectors have registered, Michael Riley and Georgina Pomper. If you are with us, if you can join us. And hello, hi. And if you, between the two of you, you've got up to 3 minutes. So please go ahead when you're ready. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, councillors. I'm really objecting to the contamination of the soil that seems to have appeared on the application that hasn't been mentioned. So, has there been contaminated soil found on Unit 1? Is the question. If there has, I've got a whole sort of 3 minutes worth to talk about, but you haven't mentioned it in your briefing there.
Okay, well, we may pursue that point later. Georgina, do you have points that you would like to make?
Yes, I mean, following on, good evening, everybody. Following on from what Michael said, yes, indeed. I think what we need to bear in mind, I believe the image is in front of us now. We're not only talking about that building at extraordinary new heights. I think everybody saw the previous light industrial building in situ. Equally, directly next door would be planning permission for an extra story, which has also been received despite historic objections from residents once they found out. And then to the left again, before one sees the Morelli building, that again reaching extraordinary heights, meeting very new heights. And if you can see running down further the road, everything else is at a very, very different height landscape. Now, I know that what we're supposed to be discussing here is whether I believe the decisive issues are whether the proposed changes would harm the appearance of the application site and its surrounding area. Well, yes, we believe it does. Whether the increased height of the building and proposed air conditioning units would safeguard neighbouring living conditions. Well, as we are talking about approximately, it's very difficult to hold this in isolation because we're talking about the development of approximately 13 further units running all the way down that road. So when you start adding to the roof a air conditioning unit and times that by 12 or 13, there will be substantial reverberation, substantial noise, and this is backing onto gardens to the rear of in a neighbouring borough, but they will be grossly affected by this as well as Latimer Road residents. And the other point is contamination as well. All the way through this application, I think there are amendments to the phraseology, and we are exceptionally concerned because these sites are historically industrial, have always been industrial. And since this building has now been razed to the ground, nobody knows what's beneath that soil. And, this hazardous.
Thank you very much indeed. Time is up, I'm afraid, but I think colleagues will probably want to pursue some of these points. If I can now ask Mr. Morrison, who is the agent. So in similar fashion, you've got up to 3 minutes as well. So please go ahead when you're ready.
Hello there, good evening. I think I better just focus on the contamination point. Otherwise, Mr. Taylor's presentation, I think, is taken as read in terms of the actual changes between the consent that was unanimously approved at this committee in 2019, and what we're trying to propose now. We were expecting the council to be interested in contamination for exactly the points raised, the historic use of the shed. Core samples were taken through the slab of the old existing building prior to demolition. In 2 places, they came back clean, as well as gas testing also came back with negative results. The old permission carried fairly extensive contamination conditions. As a result, we employed a third-party environmental consultant to manage the local authority's requirement. The consultant attended site post-demolition to carry out visual inspection of excavated trial pits, and I think in 6 or 7 different areas around the site, as well as taking soil samples to go off to the lab for testing. Those results, we started on site in November. Those results came back clean in January. The appointed contractor on site is obliged to carry out continued monitoring for contamination as per the agreed remediation methodology that has already been approved by the council's environmental officer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So questions, and please remember to say who you'd like to ask the question of. Councillor Dent-Coad.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask Mr. Morrison a couple of questions. Partly, I mean, I think, you know, acknowledging what the residents have been saying about, you know, the building next door has gone up a level and this one has gone up a level, and the concern obviously is that continues all the way down and they lose their sky. Aside from that, I do want to ask you about the contamination. We're all experts in North Kent now about soil and soil remediation, I assure you. I'd be really interested to know what exactly you were testing for, or the council, whoever it was testing for. And as another part of that, are they testing for plutonium and uranium, because nuclear trains still go twice up that railway every week? And they do sweat, and you know, the fast sweat and so on, and sometimes there are emissions, and they test for that at the beginning of the journey and the end of the journey, and they often find potentially minuscule amounts of radioactive material, but that goes up and down that railway, and people live one side of it. Luckily, they got a garden, or a lovely garden, on the other side at Ainamurrock. On this side, well, they're going to be lots of people very, very close indeed. They're going to have a lovely view, lovely sunset, and there goes the nuclear train again. So I'm really interested to know what you have tested for, and are you aware of nuclear waste trains?
I have to admit, I'm not an expert in contamination. However, you know, I am a professional developer. So aside from appointing an environmental consultant to engage with the environmental officer and test for absolutely everything we've been required for, I have to say I would have to check. You know, there are
probably your neighbours, the neighbours of the site would like to know what has been tested, because the Westway is just down the road, and there's lead, mercury, all kinds of things from the Westway, and then the railway, which I think at that point is run on diesel because it switches at some point to electricity. I think at that point it runs on diesel, and that's also filthy. And then obviously the issue about the nuclear train. So I think the residents would like to know what is being tested for.
Yeah, well, I have to admit, right in front of me, I really don't know. There's an awfully large report in terms of lab test results that have come back and have been reviewed by that environmental consultant and been submitted to the council. I have to admit, the actual technicalities of what's in it is a bit of a chemistry exam for me. I share the concerns. I have to admit, I didn't know about any nuclear waste. I actually live next door to that building in the image in the middle. So,
Never seen the nuclear trains? They go at night, twice a week.
I pay more attention to the steam trains, I have to admit.
Yeah, they do twice a week.
Right. Right. Okay. All right.
No, well, I think the officers maybe can answer.
Yeah, I think that's a point.
So that is a huge concern, Chair.
It relates to the conditions that are set out. Yes. Councillor Wade.
I've got two questions. One is about land contamination. It's on the part which is 16.4, which has said the applicant has successfully discharged land contamination conditions 4, 5, 6, and 7, and has attempted to discharge, albeit unsuccessfully, land contamination conditions 8 and 10. So I think it'd be quite nice to know when you're going to be able to do that. But I'm kind of interested as to why you've started a building and now you want to increase the height of it. Could you possibly expand on that as a professional developer?
Yeah,
it might have been good to have thought this one out before.
No, absolutely happy to expand on those. The first couple of contamination conditions centre around what you're going to do and how you're going to do it for all the concerns that we're raising. So you have to produce a strategy for monitoring and testing before you even start. So those were the pre-commencement conditions. So those are the hoops you jump through to do that. Once that's been approved by the council, you then have ongoing monitoring obligations, which can obviously only be done during the course of the development and protocol of what you do if you find anything. There was an error in the drafting of the conditions, which has now subsequently been resolved in a non-material amendment, because we couldn't satisfy one of the conditions as drafted pre-commencement when the agreed methodology for discharging it was to be done during the course of construction, if that makes sense. So that was discussed with Robert Tyler, the environmental officer. He agreed and recommended that those remaining conditions that you've referred to are changed to prior to occupation, meaning that we continue to carry out obligations until completion. And then at the point of completion, then those obligations are discharged. If that answers your question, I'll move on to the second point about why we're slightly changing the building. The second point about why we're looking to change it, we seek to capture quite a lot of the minor changes that are thrown up during the course of converting theoretical planning drawings into detailed construction design. At the point of planning, one hasn't gone out to, in this case, a reinforced concrete subcontractor or a specialist lift subcontractor. And once you've converted the planning drawings to construction drawings, there are normally very minor swells and shrinkages that are thrown out of that process that we then typically, for housekeeping purposes, try and capture in Section 73. In this case, the building control came back with it requiring increased acoustic performance between the floors. The engineer required increased thickening to the RC frame to mitigate from vibration from the rail, etc. So there was generally, some columns generally shrunk, but equally the building has swollen a bit. We've lowered the floors and the finished ceiling heights throughout the building, but generally have also sought to raise the parapet as well to accommodate some of that swelling. But crucially, the reason why those front parapets have been raised by 480 millimeters is to help conceal a slightly increased lift overrun structure, as well as the incorporation of air conditioning condensers set at the back, so nothing can be seen from a long distance.
And the air conditioning, presumably that's got acoustic housing, has it?
The air conditioning doesn't have housing, but it's set back and is accompanied by a specialist acoustic report to prove that it doesn't what is specified doesn't exceed a decibel level compared to what the road typically has. So they come out and they take a sound monitoring of the building over 3 or 4 days, and it captures noise of rail, noise of the Latimer Road. Again, it's slightly taking out into deep water in terms of the real technicalities of it, but they then produce a report that will tell you whether what you're specifying is making the area any worse or not. I mean, I would also argue that sort of noisy air conditioning is normally from old air conditioning. Brand new air conditioning really is quite quiet.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Okay, so if we can move on to consider questions to officers. I think, Mr. Taylor, these issues, I mean, there are a number of contamination conditions which are set out in the report. How should we go about considering this? I can't imagine any of us really are specialist enough to really comment in detail on them, but what comments have you got to make on this?
Well, Chairman, the application is a Section 73 application, so the reason that all the contamination conditions are set out in this report is that effectively this would become a whole new planning permission. Yeah. And therefore it needs to carry across the conditions that were attached to the existing planning permission, the implemented scheme. The suite of contamination conditions is the council's normal approach to any development such as this, and it's necessary to actually discharge the requirements of those conditions in turn. In fact, in this case, the initial conditions have already been discharged. So the site the risk assessment, the site investigation for condition 5, the quantitative risk assessment for condition 6, that they've all been discharged already. So our environmental health officers have assessed all the site investigation results and fed that into their approval of the details pursuant to those conditions. The only things left to do are basically the verification and the monitoring stages. So anything that exists on the site will have been found already and will be dealt with within that remediation and then the verification. In answer to Councillor Dent-Cohen's question, all soil samples taken on the site would have been sent away to a lab and tested for everything. So it's not as if they just think, could there be arsenic or could there be plutonium? I mean, they actually test for all the chemicals that they find in the samples, and that they have very sophisticated sort of lab techniques to do that. And then any results would be fed through eventually into the verification report that's produced under condition 8. So most of the work has been done already. And then the conditions are just replicated here.
Okay, fair enough. Any other questions to officers? Emma, did you have a question, or is that?
No, that is, yes, I did. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, Mr. Ted. I'm not convinced by your response about the testing, because you always have to test for specific things. And we've had lectures really after Grenfell. We've had lectures about this because there was a huge row about whether or not they were testing for certain things. So I don't know if they are really testing for plutonium. I'm very impressed, but I find that unlikely. But anyway, aside from that, because clearly we're not experts, I'm concerned about the this whole height issue. This Latimer Road is going through this brand new and a very exciting design code process. And already we've had buildings creeping higher and higher and higher. What's going to happen? What's going to happen is the cumulative effect of what may happen on the west side of Latimer Road that I'm really worried about. People are going to lose those stunning views. They're some of the nicest views in North Ken from that side. They're going to lose all of that, and the cumulative effect of that. What on earth is going to happen? Are we now going to have pseudo warehouses getting bigger and bigger all the way up Latimer Road? Instead of proper workplace for workspace, so employment zone. So also, we were talking a lot about the skyline views overlooking and all the rest of it in relation to Milner Street, and we seem to be ignoring that there. So as I say, if the buildings are getting higher and higher, we have to think about it. And half a metre here and there, and then suddenly you've got another story. This is not too far from me, and I don't want to lose that aspect of the employment zone and the one-story buildings and all the rest of it. If there's going to be massive changes, they should not be done just like that without forethought about what's going to happen long term in that street. Perhaps Mr. Taylor would like to give me some reassurance on that.
Certainly, through you, Chairman. Firstly, the planning permission here was granted 2 years ago, or nearly 2 years ago, and the design code that hopefully will come in towards the end of this year, following consultation and no doubt some intense debate. That the design code will basically guide us through the next chapter for Latimer Road. This planning permission of 2 years ago does not set the scene or set the style or indeed the height of buildings to be that may come along through the design code. As soon as the design code is agreed and implemented and introduced, that will then shape the size and form of development for the future. That this would be a historic permission. And in no sense would it set any precedent that would have to be followed either in the design code or future buildings. So I think the most important thing is that the design code is obviously consulted upon and then drawn up and then introduced, and that will shape the rest of development as may occur in Latimer Road.
The design code won't develop in the light of buildings that we just agreed.
The design code will have to take into account what exists in the road on both sides of the road.
Sorry, these will exist. I'm concerned about it seriously because are we going to have these fake warehouses at one end and ghastly Georgian at the other? I mean, what is it going to be? But if the design code is actually going to be developed, as I say, on account of in relation to these buildings, then this is a huge decision. Even adding a little bit on the height and all the rest of it, it's a huge decision. It's not a minor decision about one building. We're actually setting the tone for the whole street, and that's what concerns me, Mr. Taylor. It really, really concerns me.
I totally acknowledge that. As I say, the design code has to take into account all of the buildings in the vicinity, but what exists there at the moment through a permission 2 years ago or a permission 10 years ago does not actually have to influence that design code. The design code looks at all the forthcoming buildings as may be. So it's the approval 2 years ago does not therefore dictate that the design code has to follow that. For example, the design code could eventually agree 3 stories as the typical form for Latimer Road. That we just don't know yet.
I bet it doesn't, but I hope I'm wrong.
I think
that's for another forum, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're considering this particular application. I agree there are discussions about the design code which are really for another group and another place. Okay, so thank you very much indeed. Any other questions? Okay, in that case, I think we need to make a decision on the application in front of us. So we've got the report and the recommendation. So can I see, go down the list and see if you are in favour of the recommendation or against? Councillor O'Durian.
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dentcode.
Against, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wade.
Against.
Councillor Woodger.
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour myself. So planning permission is granted on that basis. So thank you very much indeed. Now, colleagues, would anyone like to have a very short break of a couple of minutes before we move on, or should we just move on?
A break would be good, Chair, please.
Okay, all right. Let's just pause for, let's try and say only 3 or 4 minutes, and then we'll move on to consider Selby Court, Somerset Square. Okay, all right. Then in that case, so we're going to consider Selby Court, and that's going to be Derek Taylor to introduce. So Derek, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is seeking permission for 6 antennas. I never know whether it's antennae or antennas, but 6 antennas to be attached to the upper part of the building, together with 3 radio cabinets and 2 transmission dishes. I'll take you through some slides to illustrate that. The first photograph shows Selby Court in a sort of looking in a southerly direction. You can see there that there's a lot of trees in front of it that makes the street view camera, it gives it a difficult task to actually get the building in summertime. That's sort of looking northerly, and again you can see the block on the right hand side of the photograph. In winter time, one of the residents actually sent this one in. That this is more useful because it shows the full scale and form of the building without the tree cover in front of it. And that is also a photograph from one of the residents, I think from flat 31, if I remember correctly. And that shows the sort of relationship between different arms of the building. The building, as you can see from the OS plan in the pack, is actually in a sort of cross shape with 4 arms. So that's taken from flat 31, looking across at the next arm of the building. You can obviously see the upper parapet surrounding the top roof there in that image. And then that's, I think, from flat number 33, looking along the side of the building. Actually, that's the front of the building, in fact. And then that image shows you the main form of the building in the cross shape. And then this image shows the proposed equipment. So you can see there that there would be cable ducts running across the flat part of the roof, and that they would connect onto the equipment that would be located towards the edges of the roof. That's the existing elevation of the building, and then that's the proposed elevation. You can't see a lot of detail, I'm afraid, but I thought I'd show you those just to give it some context. In that image, you can see a greater level of detail. So in the upper part of that image, you see the north elevation as existing. And then in the lower image, you see the same elevation as proposed with the new equipment in place. And that's the last slide, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. We've got a number of people have registered to speak here, including local councillor Aretti. Arian, would you like to go first? Because you would have up to 2 minutes. And
Chairman,
then, go ahead.
If I may request, can the residents go first, please?
Yeah, certainly, of course. Okay. Okay, well, in that case, if I can invite the residents to, perhaps if you can just introduce yourselves, and then between you're going to have up to 3 minutes, and then after you, Councillor Aretti will have up to 2 minutes by himself. Does that make sense?
Sure,
So
Chairman. My name is Lardan Rauf, and I'm a resident at 32 Selby Court.
Okay, yep.
I live on the top floor, and I'll be speaking on behalf of the other residents as well.
Okay. Well, if you please go ahead when you're ready, then. Yeah.
Right. The residents of Selby Court and Somerset Square are strongly opposed to this planning application and feel it should be rejected on the following grounds. Firstly, the plans have a number of inaccuracies and contradictions between the aerial and elevation views, which we have detailed in writing. They also lack basic measurements for the antennas and mounting poles. Looking at the plans, no accurate determination can be made as to how far the antennas will protrude. There are also no scale drawings of the public exclusion zones, which exist to safeguard the public from high radiation. The positioning of antennas on residents' outer walls could mean these overlap with living spaces. Our second objection is that the designs are unsympathetic and detrimental to the appearance of the conservation area. Selby Court is classed as a Category 1 roof in the Holland Park CAPS, which deems roof level alterations to be unacceptable. The plans are also contrary to a long list of local plan policies, including CL5 and CL11. The positioning of antennas next to windows will cause overshadowing and have a significant impact on visual amenity, especially for flats 30, 31 and 33. The report uses the NPPF to justify granting approval, but ignores the great deal of emphasis the framework places on good design. Regarding 5G, it states that equipment should be sympathetically designed and camouflaged. We fail to see how placing antennas centimeters away from residents' windows in plain sight could be considered sympathetic. Camouflage attempts would be useless when antennas are in such close proximity to residents. The designs would therefore also be contrary to the NPPF and should be rejected on these grounds. Our last objection is that the determination to grant approval in this case does not align with other recent decisions made in the borough. When compared to an almost identical application for the nearby Abbotsbury House made at the same time with almost the same design, very different outcomes were reached. The Abbotsbury House plans were rejected on the basis of their unsympathetic design, protruding arrangements and visibility from several vantage points and neighbouring properties in the conservation area. The same arguments apply to Selby Court. Objectively greater harm is caused in this application given the placement of antennas in such close proximity to residents' windows, in some cases within touching distance, which was not the case in Abbotsbury House. It's concerning that Selby Court is not being held to the same high standards, and this sets a worrying precedent that similar planning applications are not being consistently assessed to the detriment of local residents.
And for the committee's benefit, we've submitted a number of different pictures showing what the views will be from the residents' flats. We'd like to point out flat 33 in particular, where an antenna will actually be within centimetres. And if you go back one, the bay window picture, yeah, that one, and the window will actually open out towards the antenna as well. So there's a potential that the antenna could block access to that window. And the last thing on the inaccuracies, I think we also submitted a page marked up with inaccuracies on those plans as well, which we can talk to later if the committee wants to.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much indeed. That's good. So, Councillor Aretti, would you like to speak now?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm going to briefly speak on why the antennas are not required at Selby Court. So geographically, the Selby Court already falls within the 500 meters range of the existing antenna infrastructure radius, which is on the northwest side of the ward and one on the southeast side. So the Vodafone and Telefonica have two existing infrastructure in Holland Ward, as I briefly explained. One on Addis Lane Court, which is on the northwest side, which is about 300 meters from Selby Court. And one on the southeast side at Kenbrook House, about 400 meters from Selby Court, where the recent planning permission was granted because that was an existing infrastructure. So technically, if I was a 5G user based in Selby Court or somewhere close to Selby Court, I would still get covered by these two antennas on either side of the area. So a 5G infrastructure is not required in the area which is predominantly residential, which falls within the conservation area. The signal still is capable of reaching about up to 500 meters. So that would cover either from the north side or the south side, would cover the entire area of Holland Park or Selby Court and the close vicinity. So an existing 5G or the telecom infrastructure is not required. So I'm happy to work with the telecom providers and to identify sites which is mostly commercial, not residential, when a lot of residents have a strong feelings against the installation. So hence, this is not just a Holland issue, Chairman. This is the entire borough, because the Digital Communications Act 2017 would allow the network providers to identify sites every 500 meters, and they could apply for planning permission without the consent of the landlords and the freeholders. So this is a massive problem for the borough, not just the ward. So I guess we need to work with them to identify sites that are more commercial rather than residential.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Thank you. That's good. So I think, Mr. Rogers, you're the agent for the applicant, is that right?
That's correct, sir, yes.
Yes, very good. So you've got, well, up to 5 minutes as well. So please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, everybody. Obviously, I'm here to support and speak on behalf of the applicant, Cornerstone. In doing so, I acknowledge the case officer's report and the recommendations grant approval. The report is full-bodied, outlining the planning considerations in favour of the proposal and responds to the objections raised thus far. It is of note that many of the objections raised are not deemed to be planning considerations. As you may be aware, there was a previous refusal on this site in December 2015, some 5 years ago. Obviously, the reasons for refusal were noted, and in particular the use of GRP shroud and the location of the antennas, which were protruding 2 metres above the plant room, which would extend the existing building to approximately 30 metres. Now, in the time since, a sequential approach has been taken to proposed installation, and we have noted a number of sites in the location around this area. Obviously, it was not possible to upgrade an existing site in the target area for the required coverage, so the next alternative is to look for a rooftop building. Now, during this process, 12 options were identified and considered, and consequently were discounted. The proposed site, as well as being in the defined search area where coverage is required, is one of the tallest and buildings, and it's not listed, unlike many in the surrounding area. Also, although the building is tall, given the built-up landscape and the height of the adjacent buildings, as well as the large setbacks, there will be limited views of the site from surrounding roads. What's more, the applicant has redesigned the proposed scheme, reducing the amount of equipment from 9 antennas and 6 cabinets to 6 antennas and 3 cabinets. Furthermore, the antennas have been repositioned and face mounted to the building, rectifying the 2 metre protrusion above the plant room, and therefore maintain the existing height of the building. In doing so, the majority of the equipment will not be visible. As outlined in paragraph 113 of the NPPF, the applicant has sought to design the proposed equipment by painting the antennas to match the existing brickwork, and is trying to preserve the character and the appearance of the building. Now, the applicant does acknowledge that the proposed site falls within the conservation area, and there may be some degree of harm, but is not considered substantial and would be outweighed by the public benefits of connectivity in an area that does require coverage, particularly as technology evolves and is increasingly emerging. It's highlighted that as well as providing multiple coverage, such as 2G, 3G, 4G for the operator, the site will have capability for providing future technology such as 5G. Now, in line with paragraph 193 of the NPPF, it is the applicant's belief that the proposed development would not significantly detract from the conservation area. On balance, it's considered that the public benefits of the improved communication network would outweigh the less than substantial harm caused to the appearance of the building, and the proposed design would preserve the conservation area. The applicant notes the recommendation of approval from the case officer and the conditions attached to that, namely the antennas to be painted to match the existing brickwork. Thank you, Chairman. That'll be all for now.
Okay, thank you very much. So, colleagues, questions to either party. Councillor Dencode.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm assuming that they're going to be paying rent to the Residents Association, whatever it is. I know in the certainly on council buildings, providers do pay a rent. I got the list, and it's not a lot, but it is something. So, I mean, one question is, I've got a question to Mr. Rogers. Are the antenna intended to support the neighbours' connectivity, or for themselves in that building? I think it looks like it's for the neighbours to sort of to move it on. And if I may, one for Dr. Ladan Rofian. I'm not sure if they're a medical doctor, but the whole issue about health concerns. There's a lot we don't know about 5G. There's a lot we don't know, but there's enough for people to be concerned. I do understand there's lots of nonsense on the internet, but there is enough. We know enough to be concerned, and I'd be interested, if you're a medical doctor or just as a resident who's concerned, to have your view on that. Thank you. So maybe Mr. Rogers first. Could you tell us about if there's rent to be paid and to whom, and are the antennae for the neighbours, or to kind of bunny hop the connectivity further north or south or wherever?
Yes, there will be rent to be paid, which is determined by the code itself, the ECC 2017 code.
So who is that paid to, sir?
It'll be paid to the landlord of the building.
Okay, so that may or may not be good news for the residents. They may get some money off their service charges or whatever. Okay, thank you. And so the antenna are for the neighbours of that building, because it's a tall building, presumably, rather than for themselves. Is that correct?
It'll cover short coverage and long-term coverage.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe one of the objectors, I don't know if Dr. Rauchian is the correct person to ask this, about the health concerns and what the specific health concerns are of people in that building.
Yeah, so I am a medical doctor, and these antennae will be on our walls. What's concerning is that, these exclusion zones encompass areas in front of and behind, to a certain extent, of antennas. And the applicant has said in their plans that these antennas are going to be tilted, but they haven't exactly said what the range is. They haven't said how much they're going to be tilted. And so our concern is that if they're tilted, they're going to encompass areas of our flats. But also, if my neighbours want to open their windows and kind of later stick their hand out and close their windows, they'd be falling within these exclusion zones.
Okay. So as far as you're concerned, whatever we do or don't know about 5G, there is cause for concern.
So I think public exclusion zones are a real thing. They exist, and I know that there are other cases within the borough where applicants have wanted to mount 5G masts, and we've, the committee or I don't know who else has asked for these exclusion zones to be provided. But it's concerning that they've just said it's compliant, but they haven't said, is it going to be compliant when these antennas are going to be tilted? And it's a genuine concern because we don't know the long-term effects.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Wade.
Yes, I'm not sure who's best to answer this question, but there are a number of tall buildings around there. So are there any other mansion blocks in the immediate area that have such equipment attached, which have been approved, refused or appealed?
Can I answer that question?
Whoever can answer it best, please. Yes.
Yeah, so
no, sorry. I'm sorry, Arian, but sorry, unfortunately, the way the procedures work is that you can't answer the question. Right. This has to be somebody that I think it really has to be directed at the applicant's agent.
Right.
I don't think that's a question.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair.
I didn't know.
That's right. No. Mr. Rogers, are you able to say anything about that, or do you not know?
I won't go into specifics, but there are installations in the area, but it's an area lacking in coverage, and that's been determined.
We can mention another site. So Abbotsbury House down the road was applied for by the same overall sponsor, O2. Very similar design, and in the same time frame, so November last year, and that was rejected. And that was around 400 meters away.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay. Well, thank you very much indeed for everyone who's spoken. So now we move to committee questions to officers. Yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, Mr. Taylor, it seems as though the specific design that's proposed here it seems slightly unusual in that I thought I understood that antennae were almost always on the roof of buildings, whereas if I've understood this right, some of these are actually on the side of the buildings, which I'm slightly surprised at. Is that right? Have I understood that correctly?
Yeah, yes, Chairman. I've just brought up the closer in image, so you can see there. If you look at the left-hand side of that one, for example, you can see what one of the transmitters on the side of the building.
Right.
Yes, I mean this obviously includes some on the side as well as equipment on the flat roof. But what's on the flat roof can't be seen, so in town planning terms is of less concern.
Yeah.
The equipment on the side, obviously we have here a building, but with a very sort of cohesive design. It's got sort of clean red brick facades, and attaching anything to the sides has to be a negative step. That's the reason why in the report before you, the officer conclusion is that there would be a less than substantial harm to the appearance of the building. It's an unbalanced report because obviously then it weighs in the advice in the NPPF to produce that unbalanced conclusion. In terms of 5G, my understanding, I think it's reflected in some of the discussion so far, is that 5G requires a lot more installations than, say, 4G or previous versions have required. And it also, unfortunately, I think, necessitates sort of stuff on the side of buildings that can send signals downwards. 5G is not so much sending long signals across the townscape. It's more to do with that they need more installations and they have to send the signals downwards. I mean, that's in very lay terms. There may be a more technical way to describe it.
No.
But I think that explains why we're now seeing proposals to put stuff on the sides of buildings like this.
Yes. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm rather jumping ahead because colleagues may have other points they wish to make. But my own thinking on this is that I'm always rather reluctant to defer things, but it strikes me that we've got two quite powerful points here with this application. The first is that we have to respect national planning policy, in which there is a strong presumption that antennae of various sorts are simply part of modern life, and the planning system should not get in the way of important infrastructure. Okay, and I think that's quite clear. However, I think the exact details of what's proposed and this issue that Mr. Taylor has just said of having things on the side of buildings, which generally speaking, we would probably be reluctant to agree to. I just feel that perhaps deferring this for further, it would probably inevitably be a rather technical type of report, that might be the best way forward. Because I think simply refusing it, I'm not sure that, I think we'd be going down a path that I'm not convinced we'd be on very good ground if we did that. I don't know, colleagues, what do you feel about this, or indeed if you have a completely different point you'd like to ask officers? Linda.
Do they have to have the stuff on the side of the building? I mean, that's what I'd like to see in a report that would. I agree with you, Chair, that I think this is, shall we say, incomplete. It is a conservation area. We would see. I'm not expert enough on the health aspects, but it would be. You would see the equipment on the side of the building. And I think that there should be a better way of addressing that, especially if it's going to affect people if they're going to open their windows. So is that possible to ask for in a report?
Well, through you, Chairman, I mean, I'd caution the committee against trying to evaluate need. I mean, at the end of the day, the telecommunications operators consider that there is a need, and really the need is not something that can be sort of evaluated by the planning authority. I think really that the decision just has to be, well, are they harmful? And if they are harmful, how harmful? And then once you've concluded that, then you weigh in national guidance and decide whether you'd accord sufficient weight to national guidance to outweigh that harm.
Chair, when I meant
I'd take need out of the equation, basically.
No, sorry, Chair, when I said need, I meant about the design aspect rather than the actual need to place the equipment on the side of the building rather than a need per se.
All right. Okay.
All right, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Okay, Councillor Jancode.
Thank you, Chair. And there are a lot of things going on here. If you go to Trellick Tower, I've been up on the roof. They've got the most hideous equipment up there. The idea of having it sticking out of the top of the building looks like broken teeth. It breaks my heart, actually, because I love Trellick Tower. I didn't think that's a good option in a conservation area. Why it was allowed on a Grade 2 listed building, Grade 2 star listed building, I've no idea. So that's that's not a good option. But then we have the health concerns, and the idea of these antenna being right next to windows, I think, is a concern. So I would just make this, but then maybe we don't have enough information. And what the health concerns are something we're not going to find out about definitively for some time. But where there are concerns for residents who actually live there and are paying good money to live there, I think we have to listen to that.
Okay. What do others think, or other questions to officers? No? Okay. No other questions? Okay. All right. Well, in that case, I think probably what we need to do is put the recommendation to the vote and see where we go, really, in that case, I think. So recommendation is to grant, obviously with the conditions set out in the report. If I can go down the committee. So Councillor Adurian.
It is a tricky one, Chair. I think on balance, I'm
sorry, I didn't hear you. Councillor Adurian.
Sorry, can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, I can.
Microphone issue. Yes, it is a tricky application. I think there are a couple of factors here, but I think on balance, I would approve.
You would what? Sorry.
Hello.
Yes,
sorry, I think I'm having some microphone issues. I would approve.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councillor Jancode.
Refuse.
Okay, Councillor Wade.
Object.
Okay, Councillor Woodshire.
It's not ideal, but I think as we've got pretty limited options in favour, Chair.
Okay, I think reluctantly I'm in favour as well. So actually it is indeed granted. All right, thank you very much indeed, everyone, for that. Thank you. If we can now move on to. Now, we've got 4 applications that relate to properties in Brompton Road, and that is in the South Pack. And I think Katie Carroll, Katie, thank you for waiting.
Is now exiting.
And I think now what we're going to do here, we have 4 decisions that we will need to make, but we're actually going to have one presentation, and also there's an objector who is going to speak, and an agent is registered as well. So Katie, would you like to go ahead and give us the presentation for all four.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and yeah, thank you for just explaining that. Yeah, so I will be just doing one presentation for ease, as I think that's the easiest way to present the cases. But just a reminder, there will be 4 decisions. Essentially, it is a 2 retail units, and there's a pair of applications at each of the units. But I'll run through it, and it should all become clear. So just to show you, these are the shop units we're talking about, the white framed and the black framed ones on the screen there. So numbers 295 to 297 and 299 to 301, currently in retail use with residential above. So turning first of all to the item S11 and S13, which are the certificate of lawfulness applications. Now, these are being submitted to confirm that the use of the units as a restaurant use would be lawful. So a reminder that the use class order was amended back in September last year, and this amendment included the creation of Class E, commercial business and service use. And this new class essentially incorporated the old Class A1, which was shops, and A3 restaurants, as well as various other uses. So under the order, planning permission is now not required to change use within this class. So essentially, the certificates before the committee are just seeking confirmation from the local planning authority on a point of law. And so for us tonight, it's not for us to sort of consider or make a judgment on the planning merits of the change of use. So just really for information, very briefly, here's the floor plan at 295. 297. You'll see that the kitchen is located at lower ground floor with then a seating area above, and the same is proposed at 299 to 301. So that's it for the certificate. Turning then to the 2 planning applications, one on each site. Under these applications, planning permission is sought for changes to the shop fronts at both units. So the photo on screen, I'll bring that one up again, just shows you the existing shop fronts. I guess here things to note are the large amount of glazing present on both the shop fronts. The proposed new shop fronts retain the independent residential entrances on both sides, and then introduce glazed bifold doors across the frontage, which would be both timber framed. You'll note in the officer's report we do talk about how we often would resist open shop fronts, but weight has been given in this instance to the current arrangement of the shop fronts and the overall context. And the photograph on the screen there is actually of premises immediately opposite the application sites, where you see the restaurant there features these large open bifold doors as well. The other part of the planning applications is for some plant associated with the restaurant use. This would be located in the flat roof area, that sort of triangular area at the back of the site, highlighted there by the yellow circle. I guess just things to note here is the blind wall to the right-hand side of that triangular area, the blank wall there, which is part of the office block on Crescent Place. And then the photos on the right-hand side just give you a bit more of an idea of what that space is like at the moment, and shows that there's some existing plant there. Under the proposals, both units would have a new air conditioning unit, a new kitchen extract, and a new toilet extract duct. As you can see from these plans, both units would locate these adjacent to that blank wall on the far right hand of the plans there. And then the very last slide just shows you that plant in elevation, as I think it's useful just to show you the height of those extract pipes, which would rise to the top of that blank wall there in the photograph at the bottom. And that concludes the presentations. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, if I could invite Mr. Majid, who I think you live above one of the properties, if you're able to join us.
Hello. Thank you for your
hi. And thank you very much indeed. I know you've had to wait quite a long time, so thank you for doing so. If you would like to speak for up to 3 minutes, then please go ahead when you're ready.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. The reasons for our objection for this consent is along the following lines. Number one, unacceptable noise, pollution, and impact on the residential amenity. Basically, the National Planning Policy Framework refers to cumulative effects of pollution, as well as requiring that proposals should reduce to a minimum any noise impacts. Now, the assessment carried out by the proposed shop owners, the landlord in this case, was done during the COVID-19 period, and therefore is not fully representative in terms of the cumulative noise in the area at the time, and as a result, the noise generation would be far more significant than the current assessment state, which is the first reason for this rejection. The second one is in relation to the smell emissions. So currently, given the nature of that roof area at the rear of the site, there's no current kind of wind flow at all, and therefore the extraction proposition there's insufficient air circulation to dissipate the extracted odors. The third issue is the unacceptable actions of the applicant to date. There's been an air conditioning unit on the rear of that property for a couple of years. There's been no less than 70 to 80 emails and numerous telephone calls to the landlord's agent in reference to these. They have been very noisy, heat generating, and inconvenient, and placed just outside the windows of the property. The landlord has not done anything, has pretty much ignored all communication in relation to these, and has neglected the residential dwellings here. And in that, those points pretty much summarise our issues with this planning permission. Further plant and machinery would only exacerbate this further. And that's it from our side.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now, there may be questions in a few moments, but if I can ask Mr. Watson, and you're speaking on behalf of the applicant, so in similar fashion, you've got up to 3 minutes as well when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. In preparing this proposal, the applicant was very much aware of the residential properties above and has designed accordingly with the input of specialist consultants. The properties benefit from existing air conditioning system, which was approved and installed back in 2000. It's proposed that these old units are removed and replaced with the new system designed to meet the current noise standards. To ensure appropriate standards are met, the new units are proposed to be installed on anti-vibration mounts and set within appropriately specified and designed acoustic enclosures. Notwithstanding the careful design and attenuation, a further safeguard exists as your officers propose that a condition is attached which would require the system to be switched off if it was ever found to be exceeding the Council's reasonable noise standard. In terms of odours, a new extraction system is proposed that would draw fresh air into the kitchen and remove odours from it. The extract duct would expel air away from the residential properties above and across the roof of the adjacent building, as was pointed out in your officer's presentation. The internal specification of the extract system will be designed in accordance with DEFRA guidelines, and officers again propose a condition that requires the design to ensure that no odours at all will be detectable at the property boundary. So in summary, great care has been taken to ensure that all reasonable measures are incorporated to protect the amenity of the neighbouring residents, and conditions proposed by officers will ensure that that is the case. These proposals have been assessed by the Council's Environmental Health Team, who consider them appropriate and raise no objections. I just wanted to pick up on 2 points that were raised. One about the assessment taking place during the COVID period. That is true, but actually that is what you might determine as an advantage for the residential properties nearby, because what that means is that the background noise levels would be lower than they would do in normal conditions. And as the council standard requires us to attenuate the system down to 10 decibels below the recorded background, it means that these units will actually be mitigated down below what they might have otherwise had to be if the noise levels in the area were higher at the time the recording took place. And the final point I just wanted to make was I was very upset to hear the comments that the resident has been trying to get in touch with the landlord and hasn't had a response. And I'm sure they will be unhappy to hear that as well. And I will certainly take that up with them tomorrow. And I know they'll be keen to address that. So apologies to the resident for that, and we will look into it. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. I think Councillor Dent Coad was first.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to be talking about that. The restaurant downstairs has clearly upset the neighbours, and that's not a good start. So what will happen? I think we should apologise to Mr. Majid on behalf of the council for enforcement failing him, actually, because it's horrible to be bombarded with smells, noise, and whatever else, and to get no satisfaction at all. So. Whatever happens at the end of this, Mr. Watson, I do hope, will you please reassure Mr. Majid that there will be better communication between the residents and the people downstairs?
That's a given, Councillor. I know that our clients they'll be very upset. They own a lot of property in this area, and their aim is to enhance the area, and they're very much part of the area. And so if officers are happy to pass on my details to Mr. Majid and he would like to speak to me, I can make sure that happens.
And I think that would be reassuring. And to be honest, I've sat on planning for a long time, and people always say what you say. But if you're prepared to give them your personal details, I think that's a win. Thank you.
I'm sure Miss Harold could give him my mobile number. That's fine.
Thank you.
Councillor Wade.
I would like to have more detail about the extraction system, how it's going to work, and what the maintenance schedule is. For example, are there going to be filtration systems actually at kitchen level, which have to be taken out and cleaned on a routine basis? Can you expand on that, please?
Yes, Councillor. Like has been said by others tonight, I'm a planning consultant, not an expert in noise and odours, but I can give you as much information as I'm able. The units would be the best that we can get specified on the market at the moment. We have a condition proposed by your officers that says we're not allowed to have any odours that can be detected at the boundary of our property. So the system has to be excellent to meet that standard. And all of these systems come with recommendations, maintenance, and that would all be part of maintaining it and ensuring that we could meet that condition. If it wasn't regularly maintained and became a problem, we'd be in breach of the condition, and your officers would be rightly saying to us, we've got to switch it off and stop working.
Except the problem I have with that is it means that we have to enforce. You're asking for planning application for a restaurant and extraction. Actually, I'm asking you whether or not your staff become sensitized in a kitchen to odors and fats and things like that. I would prefer to have a slightly more a robust response from you as to how they're going to maintain.
That's fine, Councillor. As I mentioned in my presentation, the landlord here owns quite a number of properties in Walton Street and in Draycott and in Sloane Avenue and Brompton Road as well, and they're very much a a resident landlord of this area, and they will be very unhappy. And I say they will be extremely unhappy to have heard of what Mr. Majid said this evening, because that is not the way they operate. And any tenant that goes in here will have a very detailed lease. And I believe that they have what they call a sort of 3 strikes and they're out policy. And the lease is actually probably more onerous and detailed than the planning conditions that would be applied if you were granting planning permission this evening. So I can confirm that will be a requirement of any lease to regularly maintain those units. And I didn't mention in my presentation, but this matter's actually also been through your licensing subcommittee, and there are conditions on the license for the premises that require that as well. And they would be in breach of license if that didn't happen. So our clients will enforce it on their tenant, and I can give you that undertaking.
Thank you.
Okay. Actually, I've got a quick question. Again, I think to Mr. Watson. Maybe Ms. Hurrell can go back to the photographs of the rear of the properties. That it showed at the moment there are various air conditioning units and bits of plant. Mr. Watson, are they going to be replaced then? Are those old units that are going to be replaced, or can you just clarify that?
Yes, they are, Chair. I believe from looking at the planning history, I obviously wasn't involved back in 2000, but I believe they were the units that the council approved in 2000. They're now obsolete. They'll be replaced.
No. Okay. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Very good. Thanks very much indeed, everyone. So that's good. So questions to officers. I suppose I'll lead off by asking officers. The conditions that are attached are our standard ones about new air conditioning units and flues, about odours and that kind of thing. Yeah, if I can just confirm that.
Yeah, so as per usual, the noise condition just essentially, and it looks complicated for those who aren't used to seeing those sort of numbers and figures flying around. Essentially, in layman's terms, what that condition ensures is if you can hear the units, then clearly they're operating louder than the general background noise level, and in which case they are not complying with that condition, and there would be something wrong, and we would be able to take action accordingly to fix it or require the applicant to fix it. And whilst that was going on, those units would have to be turned off. Similarly, with the odour condition, essentially, if smells are coming from the kitchen extract and it is causing a nuisance, we can take action both through the planning condition and as we've heard, there are conditions also on the licensing approval as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions, colleagues? No. Okay, in that case, I think we can make decisions. Now, what I'm going to do is I will take the decisions in the order in which they are in our pack. So we're going to start with the planning permission relating to 295-297 Brompton Road. Okay. So if I could, colleagues, if I can go down and see those in favour of that recommendation to grant with the conditions attached, if you are in favour or against. So, Councillor Adurian.
In favour with the attached conditions.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Dentcode?
In favour.
Councillor Wade?
In favour.
Councillor Woodger?
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. And I'm in favour as well. So that is granted. If we can then move on to the certificate, which is the next one in the pack. And if we can do the same again, so that is, now this is to the certificate of lawful proposed use, and this is actually applying to 295 to 297 Brompton Road. So we are recommended that we grant the certificate. Councillor Adurian, are you in favour or against that?
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dentcode?
In favour.
Councillor Wade.
In favour.
Councillor Woodjoe.
In favour, Chair.
Thank you, and I'm in favour as well. So that we agree to grant the certificate. If we now move on to the planning permission, and this relates to 299 to 301 Brompton Road, the planning permission. So the recommendation is to grant, obviously with the conditions attached to that application. If I can do the same. So are we in favour of this recommendation or against? Councillor Adurian?
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dowcote?
In favour.
Councillor Wade?
In favour.
Councillor Woodjoe?
Favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour as well. So that planning permission is granted with those conditions. And finally, we move to the second certificate application. So this is the applying to 299 to 301 Brompton Road. The recommendation is that the committee grants the certificate of lawful proposed use. Are we in favour of this recommendation or against? Councillor Adurian?
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dowcote?
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Wade?
In favour.
Councillor Woodjoe?
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour as well. So that is that certificate is granted. Well, it's approved. Very good. Thank you very much indeed for that. If we could now move on to the application that is at 18 Moore Street. And I think, Katie, you are going to do that as well, aren't you?
That's right. Thank you very much, Chairman. Just a couple of slides for you on this one. You'll note from the pack that it is retrospective, so planning permission is sought for the installation of 2 AC units and some associated ducting and the casing with that ducting at 18 Moore Street. So the plan on the screen before you, the elevation just shows you the location of these units underneath the stairs within the front light well. Just the floor plan there, just to show you, it's the black boxes on the right hand side of the screen, just to show you where those units are. The best way to show you is via some photographs of the units in situ. You can see them there just poking out underneath the stairs. And then the final slide just shows you the casing that you'll have seen referenced in the officer's report, in some of the objections, and in the officer's assessment. That's all there is really for the presentation. I'm to say just for members to note the recommended conditions. Although the units are in place, it is still recommended that they are placed on anti-vibration mounts, and that would be secured by recommended condition 3. And then condition 2 obviously requires the units to comply with the sound criteria that we've been talking about this evening. Thank you very much.
Very good. Now we have speakers in this case. So if I can ask Jane Brown, if you are able to join us.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And once again, thank you so much for waiting. I know it's been a long time you've had to wait, but now you're a near neighbour. So similar fashion to what you've heard, when you're ready, you've got up to 3 minutes to outline your objection. So please go ahead when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. My primary concern about these units is they've already been installed, as we heard, and they are in fact very noisy. They were installed in the summer and began operating in September when the family were back from holiday. I saw that permission was then applied for recently, so I wanted to lodge my objection. The noise when they're operating is at head turning level in the street. As you walk past, you can hear the noise quite distinctly, and the noise can be heard several houses away. I think I heard Ms. Howell say on the previous case that the way the noise restriction should work is that if you can hear the units, then basically they're too noisy, and you can certainly hear these. As you can see from the photos in the application, it doesn't really help that the units face directly onto the street and with no casing or acoustic enclosures around them. And in addition, they're directly below the metal basement stairs, which just amplify the sound. I read through the noise report and I've got two concerns. It's been based on hypothetical calculations about the noise that the units make. And that just doesn't really seem to make any sense at all when they've already been installed. The noise survey could have been done with the units actually running and the actual noise tested. There was no COVID issue involved here because the sound engineer would not have had to enter the property because the units could simply have been turned on by the family inside. The second concern is the apparent relaxation of the background noise level requirements due to the street being quiet, and therefore the noise requirements being too difficult to comply with. That's all detailed in the officer's report and seems to come from the Director of Environmental Health. There's nothing I could see in the planning policies that allows this, and it seems a very perverse adjustment to make in the context of a policy designed to limit noise disturbance. The noise report says the survey was done during lockdown. There was no lockdown when it was actually done, which was the 2nd to the 4th of November, because lockdown the second time around didn't happen until the 5th of November. If anything, the traffic was higher in the evenings in those few days leading up to that because everybody was rushing around in anticipation of the shutdown on the Thursday. And in any event, the noise levels shown by the survey were not low compared to other recent surveys which were taken before any of the lockdowns ever happened, i.e., over a year ago. And the level was actually higher shown for background noise than the same statistic that was revealed in the survey that they did for the application that they made for the units on the roof, which was granted earlier in the year. It's a separate question as to why these units were not put on the roof, and I don't really understand that either. And I would note that if these units are important,
I need to stop you there because I'm afraid unfortunately your time is up. But it may well be that there are questions that mean you can elaborate on those points. So we're also joined by the applicant. I think you're the applicant, are you, Mr. Dawson? Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So please, in similar fashion, when you're ready, you've got up to 3 minutes as well.
Okay, so just to respond to some of the points that that Jane made, she said that the noise was hypothetical. I don't think that's accurate. The noise report references what the manufacturer says the noise is, which is not a hypothetical noise. It's the noise of the unit. They, test them in the factory. I disagree with the idea that the background noise wasn't reduced. As she mentions, it was done when, just as lockdown was getting introduced. That was obviously a time when COVID cases were exceptionally high, and that's why we had the lockdown. And as such, I think it's totally reasonable that people were reducing their movements in line with the risk being high. She mentions that they're exceptionally noisy. I think that is untrue, as the noise report states. We certainly haven't heard them multiple houses away, and the noise report states that they're, in fact, just audible next door, not multiple houses away, and in line with the guidelines. They don't face the streets. They face a wall, which is about 10 feet down. The comment about the noise report on the roof being different, it was taken in a different place. So I don't think that's particularly relevant. The sound recording was taken in a different place that is naturally quieter. So I don't think that's particularly relevant. The mention of anti-vibration mounts is totally fine, and we're happy to comply with that. As mentioned, they're not on anti-vibration mounts at the moment. I think that's all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Okay, colleagues, questions to either party? Councillor Dentcode.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we've had countless complaints about this, and I'm sorry for Mrs. Brown that maybe enforcement hasn't lived up to expectations. I do know how absolutely miserable it can be. People do have different perceptions of noise, and some people are more sensitive to it than others, and that's not a bad thing. That's just what they're like. The experience is completely different, and a hum or a vibration can drive some people mad, and a buzzing is fine for others. So I think, Mr. Dawson, I'd like to say clearly the noise of the unit is, if it's audible, as we heard earlier, then it's breaching the rules. And I think that has to be accepted, even however light it is, whatever time of day it is. If it's making a little bit of noise when there's traffic around, or a noise at night, if it's aggravating your neighbours, then it's breaking a rule. And I hope you would accept that. Different people have different experiences, and it's making some people's lives a misery. How far are you prepared to go to actually accept that and change the way that you use your air conditioning units?
I mean, I don't know what evidence I can give you, but I don't believe that it is aggravating the neighbours. I don't believe it is audible at all.
Just heard that it is, and as I said, we've heard this countless times over the years. For some people, a low hum at night can drive them to distraction, absolute distraction, and they can't sleep. And other people, people have different experiences of it. It is clearly audible. You said this yourself, that you don't think it's aggravation, but it is audible. So,
yes, the comment I made is it's barely audible next to it, not that it is audible, particularly where Jane lives, which is a number of houses down.
But
I mean, it's in the noise reports, right, that it is below the level of noise required.
But there is still a noise. That's the point. But people can still hear it. So if you're going to,
I'm sorry, you can't.
You have to accommodate your neighbours.
You cannot hear the units inside people's houses.
Well, we've just heard somebody saying that they can, Mr. Dawson. So that's a difficult one. Okay, thank you very much.
Actually, can I ask a question to Mr. Dawson as well?
Yes.
In the report, committee report, it's obviously a recommendation is grant, and there are 3 conditions attached to it, and the third one actually does say that the units should be placed on anti-vibration mounts.
Yes.
You're happy to do that, in the sense you understand, or whoever's doing this for you, it understands these conditions, and you're happy with that.
Yes.
I mean, obviously there's a potential argument about the noise level. It might be that were we to grant this with these conditions, and subsequently somebody complained about noise, and it was found that actually the noise it did breach the limits that we set. It might be that some kind of simple acoustic enclosure would have to be put round the units. Is that something that you'd accept that might happen? If is that train of thought, is that something that you appreciate could happen?
Yes.
Right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions?
Can I just ask one thing? Can I just ask one thing in relation to that?
Yes.
What would be the evidence required to require an acoustic enclosure? Would it be somebody producing a noise report, or would it simply be somebody saying I can hear it?
No, that would be a matter of environmental health officers responding to a complaint that's made. But what I will do is that's not really a conversation I should have with you, but I will quickly seek to make certain I've got this right in a moment or two with officers. If
that's fine. Any
colleagues, anyone else got a question that they'd like to put? No. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Moore, and also Mr. Dawson. Thank you. So we move on. Do we have any questions to officers? Perhaps if I can just start by just clarifying with Katie Hurrell that I've got that right. It would be a matter of enforcement, environmental health enforcement. If someone said, "But I think this is too noisy."
Yeah, that's right, Chairman. So if one of the local residents was to find nuisance from the air conditioning units, they could let our environmental health team know, or indeed our planning enforcement team know, who would then work with our environmental health colleagues to come and investigate. I think it's just worth me mentioning that condition 3 and the vibration mounts, I think, is important. The units currently aren't on anti-vibration mounts, and that may be a cause for a lot of the noise. Obviously, I haven't visited the site, and nor has the officer who prepared the report, given the strange times we're living in at the moment. So unfortunately, we're relying more than ever on the content of the report. The noise report has satisfied us that when on anti-vibration mounts and operating, they shouldn't be audible. Clearly, we're hearing from a resident that they are at the moment. I would be hopeful that the vibration mounts would resolve that issue. If, however, they don't, once they are installed on vibration mounts and there is still noise, then absolutely the story wouldn't end there. We can get involved, and the condition 2 does allow us to take appropriate action. And that may well be, as you suggest, the inclusion of some sort of acoustic enclosure if deemed necessary.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dent-Coad and then Councillor Wade.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just really feeling it for Mr. Brown here. As I said, there are, people do have different perceptions of noise, and some people are very, very sensitive to low hums, very sensitive, and they literally can't sleep. Enforcement officer, if you're lucky enough to get one, coming along and monitoring, may get absolutely nowhere. And I can't tell you how many cases I've dealt with over the years where I can hear something and it doesn't register. Absolutely heartbreaking. And people would be very amazed if he built a acoustic enclosure for it now, as well as whatever else he must do, rather than waiting to torture his neighbour more, to be honest.
Okay. Councillor Wade?
There are a couple of things. This is a set of external device, and so I'm surprised that, given the main objection of the noise, that we couldn't have had independent noise report from officers. This might have led to some clarity. I'm concerned that we've got something which is introducing not a particularly good-looking bit of equipment and additional cabling in what is a conservation area. It just looks, it detracts. I think the cabling does detract from what is a very pretty street. And I would have thought that the acoustic housing, if this is the route of the recommendation, should have actually been incorporated in the conditions. I can appreciate that the family might have wanted air conditioning, but this, I'm afraid, just looks, rather amateur. And I think it's regrettable that this is being permitted. It detracts from the architecture, and I think that if we let this happen, we just need to have a little bit more rigour. I think officers could have stood on the pavement.
Yeah, I just to pick up on a couple of points. Thank you, Councillor. Just to confirm, we have had, although the noise report is obviously provided by the applicant, it is done by an independent body and has been assessed by our environmental health colleagues. So we have had sight of a report that's gone under the usual scrutiny. And that doesn't recommend that an acoustic enclosure is required. So the discussion that we were having earlier about potentially one being needed, at the moment we have no evidence to suggest that it would. However, I think where Councillor Husband was sort of questioning me was, should there still be problems, even when the units are properly mounted on anti-vibration mounts, should any further problems arise, would that be a possible avenue to explore? And the answer would be yes. But at the moment, we haven't conditioned that they need to be in an acoustic enclosure because the evidence doesn't suggest that they do.
But is that the evidence that comes off the packaging, or is that evidence because somebody's witnessed it?
So that is evidence from the manufacturing details within the noise report and the noise assessment details of the background noise levels measured back in November.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other points? No. Okay. In that case, I think we need to make a decision. I think, I'm sympathetic to the concerns about noise, and certainly down in a sort of lower ground floor area, I can understand how potentially a unit that was sort of slightly noisy or maybe wasn't being maintained properly could actually generate noise that would bounce around. But I think the conditions that we've actually got attached in the report, I think they're significant, and they address the proper concerns. I think it was interesting. Councillor Wade mentioned the point about the sort of enclosure, if you like, where the cabling goes up the side of the building, and I'd actually wondered if various people might bring that up. But I think personally, although obviously it's a conservation area, it's a very desirable area to live, but it's not actually a listed building. And I think, to my mind, given that it's not a listed building, then I think that although some people might not like it, I think that would have to be considered acceptable as well. So we need to take a decision here. Recommendation is to grant with the conditions set out in the report. If I can go down the table metaphorically. Councillor Adurian, are you in favour of the recommendation or against?
With the suggested conditions, in favour.
Okay. Councillor Dentcode?
Against.
Okay. Councillor Wade?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Woodger?
With the conditions, in favour, Chair.
Okay, and likewise myself. Okay, so that is granted on that basis. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. If we can now stay in the South Pack and go to St Luke's Chapel, and I think, sorry, let's get this. I think, Ms Hurrell, are you doing that?
It's me, Chairman, Fiona Ray.
Fiona Ray. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to find it in the pack.
Don't apologise, it's us confusing you with so many officers this evening. So
not at all.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Yeah,
so this application at St Luke's is for both planning and listed building consent. Just want to draw members' attention to one error in the report, which is in section 2, which says the reason for it coming to committee is for receiving 3 objections and needing a legal agreement, but actually there have been no objections to the scheme. That's clear later in the report, but that line has been added by accident. So the reason it's before you this evening is because there is a legal agreement that we need your permission to enter into. Also draw members' attention to the addendum report, because we were hoping to add a resolution to make sure that legal agreement works, basically. So that's been added there. There's a long planning history on this site, so it's set within Rose Square. It's a grade 2-star listed building, and it was originally part of the part of the hospital site when it was a hospital before it's converted to residential in 1990, and it was an ancillary chapel, and it's been sort of left and deteriorated as explained in the report. Now, the inside of the chapel is beautiful. That's why one of the reasons it's Grade 2 star listed. But to achieve the change of use they're proposing, some of these fixtures and fittings need to be removed to facilitate that. So there's some further images included in my presentation here, just to give you an idea. Importantly, the fixtures and fittings that are hoping to be removed were allowed to be removed back in 2017, which is all detailed in the officer report in detail. And the scheme before you now is identical to that. So the internal changes and a side extension that you can just see to the left of this image are identical to what was previously approved. However, there is one main change, and that's that the fixtures and fittings that are to be removed were originally agreed to go to a church in Hammersmith, the Holy Innocents Church, which is no longer happening, and the applicant has sought a new place to put these fixtures and fittings. And the important test was for there to be the public benefit to be the same or better to justify the loss and removal of these things, which then facilitates the use. Now, we've explained in the report in detail the public benefits surrounding that, but I just wanted to show you very briefly the two places they're proposed to go. So the first is St Michael's Abbey in Hampshire, which is a Grade 1 listed building where they want to relocate the pews and improve the existing situation there. It would be an enhancement because their existing furniture isn't as good as the pews that they want to remove from this chapel building. And also the property at St Peter's, a church where they've got a space for a new organ. So they've got the permission and they've installed a new organ gallery that you can see in this photo, but they would like the organ to go there, to go back into active use, to be used for learning purposes. So officers have explained in detail the public benefits involved, and we are happy to support the application. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I sat on the committees that considered this several years back, and have actually visited it. And it's an extraordinary building, actually. Any questions colleagues have? No, I think a bit of ecclesiastical recycling seems to make a lot of sense to me. Any questions at all to Mrs. Ray about this?
It's all very satisfying, Chair.
I'm sorry?
It's all very satisfying.
Yeah, good. Okay, all right, excellent. So in that case, I think we can consider the recommendations. So first of all, we have the planning permission and the to grant planning permission, and obviously with the legal agreement that is set out in the addendum report, I think, Mrs. Ray. Yes, is that right?
Yes, Chairman, please, yeah. the added recommendation.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So can I see people in favour of this planning permission application? Councillor Adurian?
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dentcote?
In favour.
Councillor Wade?
In favour.
Councillor Woodger?
In favour with enthusiasm, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I'm in favour as well. So that's granted. And then we also have the listed building consent. So the recommendation is to grant listed building consent. If I can see those in favour or against the recommendation. Councillor Adurian?
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dentcote?
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Wade?
In favour.
Councillor Woodger?
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour as well. So listed building consent is granted as well. Thank you very much indeed for that. If we can now move to 11 Old Manor Yard, and I think who is going to do that?
That's me again. Thank you, Chairman. Yeah. That's Fiona Ray again.
Yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm just in these packs, just trying to make sure I get to the right sections. Yeah. Okay. Right. So, Fiona, when you're ready, please.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to draw members' attention to the addendum report circulated, and also we received a late representation with a photograph attached which was circulated about 5:30 today. So members will have received that directly by email. Planning permission is sought for a new mansard roof extension to the property at 11 Old Manor Yard, and this application was deferred from committee on the 15th of December, and as explained in the report. Now, the site plan, I think, is quite a helpful one to show Old Manor Yard's relationship to Pennywen Road behind, which a lot of the concerns were raised about. So you can see number 2 and number 4 on the bottom right-hand side, and then the application site identified above. Importantly, what this site plan shows, as well as the dimensions, which are probably quite difficult to see, but it's 9 metres from the rear back wall of properties 2 and 4 to the application site. But what it also shows is how the property straddles the site boundary. So number 11 covers sort of half the plot of number 4 and half the plot of number 2, rather than sitting directly behind one or the other. So that's helpful for reasons of context that I'll explain shortly. So there's an aerial image there just to indicate the property in relation to the others. It's labelled as B in the blue circle, the application site at number 11. And then moving on, we have some site photographs. So the committee previously weren't concerned about character and appearance because of the other properties along Old Manor Yard having mansard roof extensions. The key concern for them, as I move through the slides, was the impact on the neighbouring property. And helpfully, the objectors have provided some photographs within their submissions and also shown on the screen. It's not loading for me at the moment. I'm hoping there's an image in front of you at the moment of 2 windows, as if you're looking out of 2 windows. Has that come up for you yet?
Not yet.
No.
It looks like it's still loading. I can continue because these photographs have been included in the report pack. So it's the images looking out from number 2 and 4 Pennywen Road out onto the back wall. So if you refer to them in your pack if it doesn't load. Now I have the slides are not moving on, but I was going to quickly run through the drawings that are already in your pack showing the new mansard roof. It's got existing. I was going to show you the existing and the proposed just to demonstrate that, but it is sort of a typical mansard, if you'd like, but with a sheer back wall facing Pennywen Road. Now, importantly, members were concerned about this relationship with Pennywen Road and asked us to have another look at it and also do a virtual site visit, and that was key. And do a site visit, which was key to understanding the relationship and context. Unfortunately, we weren't able to visit the neighbour's property, but they did helpfully facilitate us doing a virtual site visit where they showed us from the back of their property looking out. We also managed to get some more information about the exact measurements and distances away, which was shown on the site plan, that 9-metre distance, and also an additional section drawing, which I'm hoping will load for us, but I may actually ask our governance team to help us. I'm going to stop presenting and hope you can restart it and then we can find the relevant slide. I'm hoping that you could move me to the last slide, which is called additional section. Yeah. Because what we've got is another image that shows you the 25-degree line. So it's a line taken from the centre point of the window looking up. And what that information has showed us alongside that virtual site visit that was attended by the case officer as well as the head of development management, Lisa Chung, who's here this evening, was that the line of sight is already breached by the 2-storey building, and that the new mansard roof wouldn't breach it any further. It wouldn't incur, a further transgression within that zone. So we have, on balance, come to the same recommendation to grant. And are putting that before you. I'm just going to try and move the slides on again. We're still on the image. Governance team, is it possible that I could stop presenting and then restart
the slides have broken for me as well, so I'm just going to try restarting them.
Okay, brilliant. Let's see if we can get, because I think the section in drawing is quite key. It's just the final slide within this section. Shall I take control again and try and move it on? Oh, brilliant.
Yep, take control.
Fantastic. Thank you for your support. Sorry, Chairman. Right, I'm just going to, as you already have the drawings within the pack, I'll go straight to the section drawing I was talking to without having. So you can see the property on the left. So this is a section taken through the properties on Pennywyn Road, and you can see that centre point of the window, and that is the 25-degree line we're talking about. So as you look up and back out of those windows, the existing building is well within that view, and that's the image that we've seen in the supporting information from the objectors in the photograph that's included, and we also saw during the course of the site visit. And you can see that the mansard roof has kind of been added within the two zones of the windows above on the first floor, on the upper ground floor, as well as the basement window. So we are satisfied that the relationship is okay on balance. That's why we've represented it for committee to make the decision. So that concludes my confused presentation, but I hope that was clear, even with the skipping some of the slides. Thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you. Okay, so we've got speakers registered for this. So first of all, if I can ask Marisa Headley, and I think you live at number 4 Pennywyn Road, yeah? So if you'd like to please speak for up to 3 minutes when you're ready, that's great.
Thank you. This proposal fails on precedent, fails on policy, and fails to provide the evidence required for a decision. It's not the same as previous mansards on the north side or number 12. However, both applicant and planning officer cite precedent as a consideration. Moorhen has now applied for 5 mansards in this muse. If he's relying on them all to be waved through, each relying on the previous, then the same argument applies for us. This case is important because it sets a clear precedent for the rest of the South Row, and the impact on Pennywyn residences would be cumulative. As the BRE guide states, the impact of successive extensions should be considered. Therefore, we request that the applicant carries out a light survey to determine the impact of an extra storey along the row. At the last meeting, the council were incorrectly informed that the step back on the north side mansards was not down to a loss of light or outlook or to impact on neighbours. It was due to these things. To quote the planning inspector, "There is no loss of daylight to neighbouring properties. This is due to the significant setback to the extension." To quote the planning department, the proposal would safeguard the living conditions of neighbouring occupiers and would have a negligible impact due to its size and position at the rear of the existing roof. This is not the case on the south side. There are residential properties behind it. To enforce a step back in favour of one development, but not another in the same position, is inconsistent and irrational. The extensions were stepped back to protect the living conditions of neighbours, and many more dwellings are affected on the Pennywyn side. The officer claims a small width difference between rows is reason to ignore this, but this is more than countered by the fact that Pennywyn has basement flats a whole level down versus the Mews. Next, policy CL5 is not met. It states that where a living situation is already bad, it should not be made materially worse. That the existing wall is higher than 25 degrees simply shows that we're already in a poor position and that tests are even more important. The development fails the 25-degree test, yet further investigation has not been carried out. BRE guidelines are not met. It's up to the applicant to demonstrate that there is no substantial impact, and they have not done this. The officer's report expresses judgment, but where is the evidence for her comments? There's been no physical visit to us or to number 2, who is worse affected, no testing to show extent of impact, and no assessment of the cumulative effect of further mansards. The virtual site visit seems merely a tick box exercise which failed to answer the council's questions. We commissioned a light survey, so we know that the extra storey does cause clear material harm to the basement flats of Pennywyn. I suspect this is why the applicant has avoided addressing this. According to the council's own policies, it must refuse the application in its current form, or at a minimum make sure that the required investigations are carried out, since there is simply insufficient evidence to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So we're also joined by, on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Moran. So please, when you're ready, you also have up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. Thank you. 11 Old Manor Yard is a two-bedroom mews house situated off Earls Court Road. Old Manor Yard is not within a conservation area and is not listed. Planning permission is sought for a mansard roof extension at second floor level and alterations to fenestration on the front of the elevation. This second floor extension has windows to the front elevation looking onto Old Manor Yard. There are, however, no windows existing or proposed to the rear elevation. There are 4 existing examples of mansard roof extensions within the mews, and our proposal is no different to these. The neighbouring property at 12 Old Manor Yard has an identical mansard roof extension, and our extension reflects the same roofline mass and scale. To the rear of the property is Pennywyn Road. These properties are 4 stories high above basement level and within a built-up setting. The properties on Earls Court Road, which run perpendicular to Pennywyn Road, are also 4 stories high. These highly imposing existing buildings are the main source of any existing daylight disruption to neighbouring properties, with the rear elevation as Old Manor Yard being either 2 or 3 stories high. Further to this, the application site is positioned northwest of Pennywyn Road and would therefore, when taking into account the height of the existing neighbouring properties, not affect any direct sunlight. This application was originally considered by the Planning Committee on the 15th of December. The decision was deferred for a site visit to take place. A virtual site visit has subsequently been carried out from the basement flat at 4 Pennywyn Road by the Head of Development Management and the case officer. Additional drawings have also been submitted, including a cross-section to demonstrate the 25-degree horizontal line from the rear openings of Pennywyn Road to the roof level. These drawings clearly show that the existing buildings, along with Old Manor Yard, already breached this 25-degree line. The 25-degree line has also been drawn from the middle of the openings at the upper levels of the properties. Here the line is not breached by the existing or proposed structure. It was also noted that the sun orientation already affects the sunlight entering these properties along Pennywyn Road, and therefore the light levels of these properties would not experience a significant change over and above the existing situation. There would therefore be no material or harmful impact on daylight and sunlight. Our proposal fully complies with RBKC conservation area policies and general townscape policies. The application has been recommended for approval twice, and I hope the committee concur with these recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I'm sure there'll be questions. Councillor Wade.
Marissa, I wonder if you could help me. In your presentation, could you just walk me through the description of the mansard roof extension that exists? Did you say that there's a step back?
Yes. The way they were originally designed on the north side, where they started, was they're stepped back from the front of the mews houses, so that someone looking up from the opposite side of the mews wouldn't be able to see them. And the architect has provided a drawing to show this, and in every mansard, which is literally they're carbon copies of each other in terms of the applications. So as you can see on this picture that the officer has kindly put up, they're 2 meters, they're set back 2 meters from the front of the mews buildings. And this means that they're not affecting light or outlook from the opposite houses, which are on the south side of the mews. Now, we're in the same position to the south side of the mews as the south side of the mews was to the north side of the mews, but actually our position is worse because we're in the basement. And by the way, this architect drawing I find very irrelevant. They've incorrectly shown the area of daylight that's currently affected. They've shown a 25-degree line, but actually that line should go to the top of the existing wall, the blacked out wall. So they've shown you a smaller area of currently affected daylight than actual. And they also not show you where that line would be with the proposed extension. So I don't quite understand how this drawing provides any evidence whatsoever.
So basically, on the south side, there's only one mansard roof extension, so to date.
Correct. Yes.
So, so when the agent says there are already mansard roofs in Old Manor Yard, actually 3 of them are overlooking the tube station.
Correct, yes.
Right.
There's actually 4 that have been given permission on the north side, and they all overlook Earls Court Station at the back, no residences. The single one on the south side is a slightly different situation. It's end of row, and it abuts a taller building on Earls Court Road. So it provides a visual transition down to the smaller mews. The other rationales for development of that particular mansard were its end of terrace, it joins the taller building, very narrow frontage to Pennywern, and a large tree at its rear. None of these points apply to number 11 or to any of the other buildings along the row.
Thank you very much, Marissa.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dencode.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask similar questions to Councillor Wade. I don't understand those the architect's drawings either about the 25 degrees, because if you're on the raised ground floor, first floor, whatever, are you still looking at 25 degrees? It's a bit of a nonsense. But basement flat, I can imagine it's pretty dark anyway, especially in winter. So is that your concern, that you would just have less light generally in your space, in your garden, and it would affect your amenity?
Yes, that is exactly the concern. It's not about sunlight, because we don't get sunlight at that orientation, but very much it would affect daylight, and it would materially affect it. And I think, given the history of mansards in the Mews and the fact that this particular architect has applied for so many, we can be sure that they would attempt to continue along the row, and we need to take that into account. And that would have really quite a severe effect on the light to the basements. The planning officers keep saying, oh, well, this one straddles 2 houses, two properties on our side, but that's irrelevant because they're going to continue. And for number 2, sorry,
it affects two homes rather than one. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Actually, I've got perhaps a final question to the applicant. In terms of the height of the proposed mansard, is it exactly the same as number 12 next door?
Yes, it is. It's exactly the same in terms of height as number 12 next door. And just to clarify a couple of the points that have been raised, the purpose of the 25-degree line taken from the centre of the windows, that's in line with RBKC daylight and sunlight policy, i.e. the rule is to take it from the centre of the window. So whilst the diagram might, on the face of it, appear a peculiar angle at 25 degrees, that is the guideline angle to take it from. Obviously, if you took an angle from higher up in the window, it wouldn't be 25 degrees, but that is the policy guideline, and so that is what we followed.
All right. Yeah.
Just to clarify on the offset of the mansard,
I think
the first mansard.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's helpful, but I think that's if colleagues have got questions about that, that's really something to be put to officers, not to you. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. So thank you very much. So we now move on to, do we have questions to officers about this? I'll start with a question. We're saying that there are several mansards, and well, I just asked about at number 12, but the others, they seem to be, they're on the other side of the road, the other side of the street. So it doesn't I mean, to my mind, they're not really relevant, frankly, to this application. Have I got that right? Are there any, from number 12 going down that side of the street, are there other mansards?
No, Marissa Headley is exactly right that there is one other example on the southern side.
Okay, and that's further down.
No, it's next door at number 12.
Oh, number 12. Yeah. Okay, so number 12 has a mansard.
Yes.
But further on down, as things stand, there isn't anything.
No, there are no other mansards.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you. I was just wanting to make sure I got that right. Other colleagues, other points like to make, ask officers for clarification or anything? Councillor Wade.
I'm concerned about two wrongs don't necessarily make a right, insofar as if the present mansard roof has taken light away, actually introducing another one, is that justification? You know, light is so important, especially in some of the basement flats, and that is actually under 10 meters between the back of the old manor yard and the rear of the building in Pennywern Road. I mean, that's not that's not a great distance, is it?
I think you've raised two quite important points here that officers have had to weigh into the balance together. So the daylight and sunlight, absolutely, that is a key issue. What we've looked at is that these properties on Pennywern Road are northwest facing. So as the sun comes around, there will be unlikely to be a loss of sunlight, as again Marissa Headley has correctly stated. There may be a loss of daylight in the sort of winter time, but we believe that wouldn't be material enough to refuse planning permission on. I mean, we've come to an on-balance decision, as explained in the report. And then you've talked about distance and it being under 10 meters. And again, that's absolutely correct. We're at about 9 meters. So the feeling of a building, how close it is to you, how close it is to the windows, that's an issue around sense of enclosure and outlook. And we've that's what we've used that 25-degree angle from. So it's not been drawn. I can understand the confusion with the slides not behaving. I haven't explain this very clearly. That's a guide we use, a judgment we use on how a building will affect another building. So it's from the very center point of a window, a 25-degree angle drawn from that point. So that's accurately shown on all the windows of the building at basement level, upper ground and first floor there. And you can see what comes into the view within that small defined angle. And at the moment, the basement level, those basement properties, as you're at that point, have the existing 2-story building well within that view. So the mansard at that particular point won't change that. And then as you look at the upper ground floor, within their view, their 25-degree angle, the mansard won't change that. It kind of goes over the top of it. So it is still just a guide though. So it's a helpful guide that we use, and we used it in this particular case alongside the virtual site visit and the other information we have in front of us. But again, it's an on-balance decision. So,
but would you not say that the introduction of a mansard there would actually take daylight out?
I think there will be a change in daylight received in the sort of winter time to those basement properties. I would say that, but in my officer opinion, on balance, I don't think that would be so harmful as to warrant a refusal, but members may take a different view.
Okay, all right. Any other questions to officers, colleagues? No? Okay, well, in that case, we've got to try and we have to make a decision. So what do we make of this? I think what I'd like to do is I'd like to just informally, without being a vote, just to find out what everyone thinks. I don't know who. Councillor Councillor Adurian once again suffers from being at the top of the alphabet. So Hamish, I'm going to come to you first. What's your feeling about this?
Sure, Chair. Again, I share the concern about the effect on the basement properties in Pennywen Road, given that we don't have a mansard or anything similar on that side of the street. And it has already been pointed out that even though we do have several mansards on that mews, they essentially overlook the roof of the station. So it's a
Sorry, just to correct, that's incorrect. There is one immediately next door.
I'm sorry. I think that's. No, I'm sorry. You're not able to speak at this stage.
Sorry, I thought you just
no, it's okay.
Chair, I will actually take on board that particular. It is true that there is one on the south side, but that is, I think, has already been explained. That is in a particular location where it actually overlooks a taller building. So I think it's quite specific there. So yeah, okay. It's just thoughts really that I really need to consider at the moment.
Yeah, no, I understand. No, that's reasonable. Councillor Dent Coad.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very concerned about the light levels in their little pokey, bless them, back gardens. I'm not comfortable with this at all.
No, okay. Councillor Wade.
I'm not comfortable with this at all.
No. Okay. Well, I think Councillor Woodger and I think we probably can take a fair guess as to how this might be going. Can I? Thank you for those indications. Can I ask officers if the recommendation wasn't adopted when we vote in a minute or two? Personally, I think a sort of sense of enclosure and amenity argument would be the strongest reason why we might refuse. Do you want to make a quick comment on that before I actually have a formal vote?
Yes, I would agree, Chairman. That's the kind of weakest part of the case, and that's where we've made an unbalanced decision ourselves.
Yeah. No, I understand. Okay. Well, in that case, so the recommendation is actually to grant with the conditions set out in the report. So, if I can see if people are in favour or against, Councillor Adurian.
Against, Chair.
Councillor Dent Coad.
Against.
Councillor Wade.
Against.
Councillor Woodger.
Against.
And I'm against as well, actually. So, so the recommendation is not adopted. We need to have reasons for refusal, and I think we probably should go for, as I've just discussed with Fiona Ray, I think we would say a sense of enclosure and reference to amenity of neighbours. Is there anything else? Is there anything else that I think we should add? And obviously, I'm only looking for things that are really strong and defensible reasons for refusing something. Any suggestions? No. Okay. Well, who would like to? Councillor Adurian.
Can I propose, please?
Okay. All right, Linda. Okay. So you're going to propose that we refuse on those grounds, yes? And who would like to second?
Happy to second.
Okay. So
Councillor.
Yeah. Councillor Adurian seconds. So if we can just go down the table very quickly, because we have to obviously formally do this. So we're going to, Councillor Wade has recommended we refuse planning permission for the reasons we've just discussed. That's been seconded by Councillor Adurian. If I can see those in favour of those reasons. Councillor Adurian?
Agreed.
Councillor Dent Coad?
Agreed.
Councillor Wade?
Agreed.
Councillor Woodger?
In favour, Chair.
And I agree as well. So that is agreed. Those are the reasons we refused. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now we need to go back to the North Pack and consider High Street Kensington application. So that's back to Derek Taylor. Derek.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, so the first slide I'm showing there is the front of the building, just to give you the sort of the flavour of it. Obviously, fronting High Street Kensington. The development in question is at the rear, so there we go. That image basically is taken looking in a northerly direction along one side of the rear of the property. And if you focus at the light well that's roughly sort of halfway back along that elevation, that's a vertical shot sort of taken down into the light well. And if you look at the right-hand image in this slide, you'll see the duct. So basically the application seeks permission for this tall duct that runs sort of up the elevation and obviously rises a bit above the parapet there. That's an existing section, so you see the food hall market and section at the lower part of the image, and then you can see there running along this sort of ceiling within the food hall market that there's a large duct. It runs all the way to the back, and then you can see the vertical external rise at the left-hand side of the slide, and that's basically what you saw in the last photographic image. And that was the last slide, Chairman. Well, I should point out that there have been 3 further letters that just missed the addendum report yesterday, but they've all been circulated to you. And one of those is from the chairman of the Old Court Residents Association. So in the slide that I'm showing there, I mean, that's actually the residential block behind it. And you'll note that the late objections and indeed the earlier ones have all referred to odour as being their main concern. And it would seem that they've already sort of smelt odours, coming from the premises, or they believe from the premises. So what I would say to that is that there's a condition number 4 recommended, which requires the applicant to adhere to the odour mitigation measures that have been approved by the Environmental Health Officer. So what I don't know at this point is whether they've done that. I mean, I'm excuse me, I'm assuming that they haven't done that yet, but that's obviously something that needs to be chased up. And that's the end of the presentation, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duncode.
Thank you, Chair. No, I read all those letters from the people in the Palace Court behind there. I felt very sorry for them. And yet again, this is how many times have we heard tonight people saying that this has happened and either they did or didn't inform enforcement and they had no help. So how on earth can we ensure, given that this is already happening to the people living there, how can we ensure that something will actually happen if they can still smell terrible smells coming out of the food court? How can we do that?
Well, the mechanism to deal with that basically would involve a visit by the Environmental Health Officer, obviously to measure any odours. If the Environmental Health Officer detects odour, therefore there'd be a breach of that condition. And you'll note that condition 4 contains a similar switch-off clause, which means essentially that if they can't actually meet the condition, they've got to stop the use of that duct.
This will be happening at night. Will they get an enforcement officer out at the right time, or the Environmental Health Officer out at the right time? And the Environmental Health Officer may come along and go, no, I think that's absolutely fine. And as I said earlier, with the noise and vibration and so on, if you're stuck in your flat and you're smelling this day and night, it may be very minor to somebody who's just passing by. If you're there all the time, it can be intolerable. So we're allowing some of our businesses to make people's lives an absolute misery, and we're not helping them. How can we do better?
I think that's straying beyond this application. It's related to it, obviously, but it's leading into a bigger picture. I think the planning legislation and the Environmental Protection Act sit side by side. it has to be assumed under planning legislation that there would be effective enforcement on the environmental health side. I see no reason to assume why that shouldn't take place.
No, we need to improve it. A lot of my casework is on these very points, that there are regulations there, they're being breached, and there is no enforcement, or there is no way to enforce what there is, and people's perceptions are different, and I don't want to make lots of people's lives a misery.
Well, through you, Chairman, I'm absolutely confident that our own planning enforcement officer will contact their opposite number in environmental health, and I'm sure they will look into that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wade.
Yes, Mr. Taylor. I just wonder whether you could explain. I looked at these diagrams, and one that's an incredibly long run. And again, this is an issue of what is the maintenance schedule? I don't know quite how long this is going to be running for. And I don't know whether that comes under planning. I mean, does it come on at 10 o'clock in the morning and go on until the end of play or whatever? But more importantly, looking at the diagram, I can't see where it exits. I've looked at the plans. I hope you can help me.
Well, I think if you look at the section that I'm showing there at the moment, you can see at the left-hand side of the slide that's where it exits at the end of the building.
No, but the arrow seems to be going down. I'm trying to work out.
If you look at the slide on the screen at the moment, hopefully you're seeing the section that I can see here. You'll see that essentially that there's a loss of equipment or ducting within the premises, and then it emerges and then rises vertically at the left-hand side. So that's where it rises.
Yes, except for the fact the arrow seems to be going down.
I don't know the significance of that.
I mean, I didn't know whether that was where an air intake or.
Yeah, I don't know the individual components in the system, I'm afraid. Right. So I'd be guessing as much as you on that.
Okay.
It's not an intake. I think the main purpose of the system is an extract. That's why they need the tall duct at the end.
All right, which is coming out near residential windows. Do we know the distance from here to the windows?
I don't offhand, no. I mean, there's a build. Effectively, there's the roof of a building in between. The residential windows are behind that.
Yeah.
Right.
But I don't know the distance.
It's quite difficult to see, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No. I think it's a difficult situation because planning really can only take us so far, and I think planning we can put these conditions on, and that really essentially is our role. I think there's a wider question within the council about the extent to which we are willing and able to enforce, but that's really not really our business at this meeting, I think. Okay, so we need to decide this. So the recommendation is to grant, with obviously the conditions that are set out in the report. So if I can ask if we're in favour of that recommendation or not. Councillor Adurian?
I also share colleagues' concerns about enforcement, but yes, I appreciate we can't really look at that this evening. So yes, I agree with the recommendation.
No, I think that's fair comment, isn't it? Councillor Downcode?
Regretfully agree.
All right. Councillor Wade?
Agree.
Councillor Woodsham?
With the conditions in favour, Chair.
Yeah, and I'm in favour as well. So that is granted with those conditions attached. If we can stay in the North Pack, please, and go to 22 Ladbroke Square.
Certainly, Chairman. Yeah. And just for the record, I'm going to send an email myself to Environmental Health in the morning to follow up the letter from the residents on that.
Good.
Okay, so 2022 Ladbroke Square. Planning permission is sought in this case to infill a permitted light well at the rear of the building. The photograph that I'm showing there shows the rear of the property after they'd built the basement that runs underneath, following planning permission, and it's obviously incomplete, but it sort of shows the area of the rear where the extension proposed here would sit. In section, that's a section of that's the permitted section, so think of that as the existing section. And if you see there at the right-hand side, you can see some steps leading up from the light well area to the garden area. And then that's the proposed section. So the existing has that as an open area, and the proposed simply has that filled in with a flat roof containing a skylight. And in plan form, if you see the sort of pink circled area at the top part of the slide, that shows the infill in plan form with the roof light in the patio in front of or behind the French doors. And that's the last slide, Chairman.
Okay. Questions? Anyone got any questions about that? Silence. No. Okay, so right, so this is quite a fair planning history to it, but it's really quite a limited, what they're trying to do as part of this. Okay, anyone got any questions to Mr. Taylor about this? No? Okay, in that case, the recommendation here is to grant with the conditions attached. Councillor Adurian, are you in favour or against?
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dadcoat?
In favour.
Councillor Wade?
In favour.
Thank you. Councillor Woodjoe?
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour as well. Thank you very much indeed. So that's granted. And finally, we return to the South Pack, and I think Katie Hurrell is going to present the last case of the evening. I think it's actually right at the end of the pack as well, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Katie. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, I was on mute. Obviously, the time of the evening was getting to me a little bit. Apologies. So I guess planning permission is sought here for a side and rear extension at lower ground floor, a mansard extension, and extensions to the closet wing. You'll have seen from the officer's report and the planning history that there are two previous applications for very similar works at the site with very recent approvals. This is largely just a tweak to the approvals that they already have. So very, very briefly, on the screen there is the rear elevation of the application site. This slide just shows you the proposed rear elevation as approved on the left-hand side. On the right, you can notice just about a slight change in that the closet wing on the right is now slightly wider. It's probably better seen in plan form. You'll see again the new proposal on the right-hand side. You can just make out there that that closet wing is now slightly wider than the approved scheme on the left-hand side, but largely the same. Again, we have the approved on the left-hand side now, as proposed on the right. The only difference here is a slight change in the width at lower ground floor to incorporate the party wall as part of the extension. You'll see on the right-hand side image of this one, it's also now proposed to slightly excavate just to lower the floor level there and the lower ground floor extension where it's labelled kitchen and diner on the far right hand side. Just one last point, a number of the objections referred to a window created in the side elevation of the property. I've rather crudely highlighted it there in yellow. This is the window that the objectors are referring to. And just to confirm, that does already benefit from planning permission from the previous approvals. And the very last slide for you is just the objectors' helpful photos showing you the elevation where that window would be located. So the far right hand picture is probably best to demonstrate that. You'll see there's quite a difference and a distance, sorry. And just to confirm, that window is obscurely glazed as well. And so a quick run through, but hopefully that explains the proposals before you.
It's very much quite modest adaptations of something that has got planning permission quite recently, essentially. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Good. Any questions, anyone? Questions? No. Okay. Well, in that case, the recommendation is to grant the conditions set out in the report. So we can, for the last time this evening, we can, well, hopefully it might be the last time. If I can ask everyone if they're in favour or against the recommendation. So, Councillor Adurian.
In favour, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dantcode.
In favour.
Councillor Wade.
In favour.
Councillor Woodger.
In favour, Chair.
And I'm in favour as well. So permission is granted for that. Good. Well, thank you very much indeed, everyone. Quite a long meeting, but thank you. And thank you to colleagues and officers, and also in particular the officers who've helped organise this meeting and have sat through it without actually obviously participating, but thank you very much indeed for your assistance in this long meeting. All right, thank you very much and good evening.
Good night.